got the Democrats tripping about Trump doing his thing with getting Maduro and all that. But let's watch a couple of clips of this stuff going on, how they tripping. Liberals always tripping about something. Democrats, Karens, it makes no sense. But let's check this out. Anton Daniels.
Donald Trump has once again shown his contempt for the Constitution and the rule of law. Let's be clear. The President of the United States
hypocrisy.
does not have the right to unilaterally take this country into war, even against a corrupt and brutal dictator like Maduro. The United States does not have the right, as Trump stated this morning, to run Venezuela. Congress must immediately pass a war powers resolution to end this illegal military operation and reassert its constitutional responsibilities. Trump's attack on Venezuela will not make the United States and the world safer.
I want y'all to look at his eyes as he's talking. He's reading a statement that was written for him. He does not truly believe this. He is a puppet like every other person that's in the Democrat Party that's currently a part of Congress, the House of Representatives, and even certain governments or certain governors. He is very much in opposition of anything that is beneficial to the United States of America if Trump is at the helm of it. He's reading a script just like every other Democrat that I see reacting to this.
Quite the contrary. His brazen violation of international law gives a green light to any country on earth that may wish to attack another nation to seize their resources or change their governance. This is the horrific logic of force that Putin used to justify his brutal attack on Ukraine.
Really?
That's crazy.
Really? Are we really comparing Trump removing Maduro to Putin justifying his attack on Ukraine? Jesus.
Trump and his administration have made it clear that they want to revive the Monroe Doctrine, a belief that claims that the United States has the right to dominate the affairs of the hemisphere. They have spoken openly about controlling Venezuela's oil reserves.
Thanks for joining in. Good morning.
Let's make no mistake about it. This is rank imperialism. It recalls the darkest chapters of U.S.
Thanks for joining in, Deontay.
Which have left a terrible legacy.
Meanwhile, hundreds of thousands of U.S. citizens are dying from drugs that are being sent over here, specifically from Venezuela. And Venezuela continue to supply China with all of the oil that it needs so that it can continue to maintain its communist.
Some people can't point Venezuela on the map.
These Democrats on every level have been the enemy of the United States of America, and they have done nothing. Even though Biden wouldn't recognize Maduro, and even Obama, and I'm going to share some of that footage with y'all on a future video, Obama had declared Venezuela as a threat, and then more importantly has said that he needed to be removed.
The liberals tripping about Trump, you know what I'm saying, friend Venezuela. Venezuela liberated, and they tripping.
Solving for the world's problems. But instead of giving him his credit, instead of standing behind them, they continue to show all of their ignorance and show all of the evil ways in which they can try to make sure that they try to embarrass him, but the world is celebrating. Venezuelans are celebrating. The only people that are not happy about this are either A, supreme liberals that are against the United States of America, or B, other dictators that are worried at the fact that they can't continue to send their drugs over here to the United States of America, like Mexico, because they are controlled by the cartel.
It will and should be condemned by the democratic world. Trump campaigned for president on an America First platform. He claimed to be the peace candidate.
And he is.
Well, at a time when 60% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck.
Oh, here we go. Maybe we need to get the rich and the wealthy to pay their fair share.
When our healthcare system is collapsing, when people throughout this country cannot afford housing, and when artificial intelligence threatens millions of jobs. It is time for the president to focus on the crises facing this country and end the military adventurism abroad. Trump is failing in his job to run the United States of America.
Trump has done more for this country in less than a year of being in office, because you got to remember, he was sworn in, I believe, the 20th of January in 2025. He's done more as a recording of this video in less than a year.
How you doing, Parker? How you doing? Thanks for joining in. Happy Monday.
Anything that you've seen from Obama, or anything that you've seen from Biden, or anything that you've seen from any Democratic president in my lifetime.
He should not be trying to run Venezuela. Thank you very much.
Hey fam, just a word to the wise. Do not allow the regime to tell you that we invaded Venezuela and kidnapped the dictator of Venezuela and his wife because of drug cartels or saving Americans from fentanyl or other drugs. Bullshit. This is Iraq 2.0, Libya 2.0. We're going to talk more about this on the Joy Reid Show.
Listen, bro, listen. These type of people, including this woman whose parents, she admittedly said came over here to the United States of America, and I'm not really sure if they came over legally or illegally, but these type of people are the ones to actually stand behind a dictator and a person that is impoverished and destroyed their own country, while at the same time running drugs across the globe to continue to enrich themselves and steal an election because maybe they stole one themselves. These are the type of people that will stand behind a dictator versus actually standing behind the president of the United States of America.
Talk about the real reason that Donald Trump is pulling a George W. Bush and invading Venezuela and, as he says, taking over the country to run it.
Democrats be like, I stand with Venezuela, impeach Trump now. Meanwhile, the Venezuelans be like,
All right, very happy.
Come celebrate with us. We love everybody because you, America, has loved us so much. So much. Thank you, America.
liberals are just so quick to find anything wrong with anything that President Trump does that they can't see that this is something to celebrate.
And you know what the worst part about it is? I'm not really sure that there's anything that they've ever said that Trump has done right or that they agree with. And I guarantee you, had this been Kamala Harris, and she had the backbone to do anything good for this country and not let a bunch of Venezuelans over into this country from their jails and from their cartels. And if they actually had done anything beneficial to America or for America, that they will be celebrating this and they will be highlighting how great that they are in running this country. But instead, they ran it into the ground. And it's the first time that we actually had a president that did something beneficial for not only Americans by making sure that they're not running fentanyl and running drugs into this country, but also did something for other countries to liberate the people from a dictator that was actually destroying their country themselves. Let me know what y'all think inside of the comments. Make sure y'all tap into the Patreon link is in the description of the channel. 40% off the first order, 20% off for life. I love you. I appreciate you. And I always like to link back to the content creator because it's the right thing to do.
Thank you. All I'm doing is sharing good news, man.
Good morning, Carly and Todd. That's right. There are a lot of questions of how exactly the U.S. is running Venezuela. Maduro's handpicked Vice President Delcy Rodriguez is now the acting president. But Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the U.S. will be running the country's policy to make sure that American interests are addressed. And that includes stopping drug trafficking and making sure that oil revenues don't go to the benefit of U.S. adversaries. And in that sense, the president indicates the U.S. is making the rules. Who's in charge of Venezuela right now? Have you spoken to the newly sworn-in president there, Rodriguez?
We're dealing with the people. We're dealing with the people that just got sworn in. And don't ask me who's in charge, because I'll give you an answer and it'll be very controversial.
What does that mean?
It means we're in charge.
You've been spoken with her?
No, I haven't, but other people have. Yeah, at the right time, I will.
So Rodriguez and Rubio have spoken. Notably, Rodriguez had a much more defiant tone, claiming shortly after he was ousted that Maduro is the rightful leader. But in a new statement, she sounds a lot more cooperative, saying, "We invite the U.S. government to collaborate with us on an agenda of cooperation oriented towards shared development within the framework of international law to strengthen lasting community coexistence. President Donald Trump, our peoples, and our region deserve peace and dialogue, not war." The president also issuing warnings to Colombia and Cuba. He says the latter is ready to fall. The rhetoric falling in line with the president's message over the weekend that he wants the U.S. to be surrounded by good neighbors. Meantime, onto that arraignment, Maduro is facing 4 federal counts: narco-terrorism conspiracy, cocaine importation conspiracy, possession of machine guns and destructive devices, and conspiracy to possess machine guns and destructive devices. Maduro's arraignment is scheduled for noon.
Madeline Rivera live for us. Maddie, thank you. Let's bring in former federal prosecutor and criminal defense attorney Andrew Cherkasky. Andrew, walk us through what will happen in federal court, like Maddie said, in a matter of hours.
Well, in many regards, this is actually a very standard prosecution that we see in federal court, particularly where it deals with these drug kingpin type of prosecutions. The arraignment will be, in its function, relatively short. It's a simple entering of pleas and the beginning of the legal process. Oftentimes, it's just a handful of minutes long. I expect today there's a chance that the defense attorneys may start to make hay about the way in which Maduro was effectively arrested and extradited to the United States to stand charges. But there is good precedent, particularly with regard to the Noriega case years ago, where this exact type of situation is a proper path for the United States to prosecute even a.
Good morning. Happy Monday, everybody. Thanks for joining in.
Or fireworks that go off in the courtroom today, but the defense counsel may start to create some of their legal arguments, and we might start to see some sort of indication from this Clinton-era judge what the perspective is of the court about where this is going.
And with that said, do you think he will be convicted? And if so, what charge will he face?
Well, the charges here and the evidence seems to be overwhelming. The government seems to indicate that they have a great degree of confidence in this. The charges are all related to drug operations, whether it's called conspiracy to engage in narco-terrorism, or whether the charges that we focus on are simply the actual.
Thank you, Crystal. Appreciate it.
Back and forth in the conspiracy to do so. Narco-terrorism can create
I'm a MAGA.
degree of culpability.
And after Trump leaves, I'm gonna still be MAGA. After Trump leaves, I'm gonna still be MAGA all day. It's all about America.
Investigation and a strong indictment in this case. I don't see any chance of this not being anything other than a guilty. I think that if this goes all the way to a jury, the challenge for the government is going to be the defense motions to try to figure out some way to get out of this. But again, the precedent is very favorable to President Trump and the administration here.
At this point, we all are assuming that there is little to no chance that Maduro is released on bail. But what takes place in the intervening year plus? Because all indications are we're not going to have a trial here until 2027. And that is because, like you mentioned, a lot of the defense motions are going to gum up the works. But also, there's the fact of this was a pretty classified.
Yeah, I'm black and I'm MAGA. Yes, I am.
Went into this that we still don't know and that we cannot know.
43 years old.
Future events like this, when we do this again in another land. So why else, besides the classified information, besides the defense motions, is this going to take so long to get to trial?
Well, this is going to be a complex prosecution. Any conspiracy case is putting all the pieces.
Like and subscribe. Yeah, MAGA, baby.
The government just to present their case, but also that time that it takes in order for the government to fulfill their discovery obligations. This is a foreign leader. However, he now being brought back to the United States is fully entitled to all of the protections under our constitutional system in a criminal case. And so that will kind of slowly go through the system of the document exchange, the
like and subscribe.
It could be dozens, even 100 plus witnesses, depending on how complex the government goes with their prosecution here. I think one of the big pieces that could slow things down is the fact that probably many of the records related to various aspects of this case will be classified. That doesn't prevent prosecution. It complicates it.
I do have a job. I work the weekends.
Attorney actions to
I get 4 days off
in a certain order, and for the court then to rule on issues related to that can take a tremendous amount of time. So the quickest any case can go in federal court
Don't hate.
is really no quicker than about
like and subscribe
months at the minimum. This case with the substantial degrees of complexity,
thank you.
Goes 12, 18 months before we actually see resolution.
Also on the legal front, there are many Democrats out there who are saying that the Trump administration committed an illegal act by capturing Nicolas Maduro without congressional approval. What do you think about that?
Well, I think it's important to try to differentiate what's a talking point versus what is a constitutional violation. The president has robust authority to engage in diplomatic engagement with foreign countries, has extraordinary ability to enforce the laws of our country, both through military operation as well as through domestic law enforcement action. And so this, when we look at it purely as an extradition from a country that was not engaged with us in fulfilling our need in order to uphold our laws, to have him extradited and face trial in our court system, this was a method that is lawful in our criminal courts under our constitutional system when viewed under Maduro's rights to constitutional due process. This is merely a fight between the left and President Trump about whether he is able to engage in warlike efforts or military actions without explicit congressional approval on every instance. And there is no precedent in recent history of our country of that being the case. Presidents always have a degree of authority for at least some period of time to engage in military operations where necessary. And that's what happened here.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of conflation on the political versus the legal. We must remain clear-minded here. Any discussion of regime change has nothing to do with what amounts to a drug case in federal court with a random defendant, and it shouldn't matter here, even though this defendant is...
No, they did the right thing.
Andrew Chikowski.
You can't tell everybody what's going on. Look what Biden did with Afghanistan. People died. That was a botched operation. This was smooth.
We are back with a Fox News alert. This morning, the UN Security Council is expected to hold an emergency meeting on the U.S. capture of Venezuela's President Nicolas Maduro. The meeting is listed under the agenda as, quote, threats to international...
No, I ain't worried about that. Let them talk.
Begin at 10 a.m. It comes after leaders...
Ain't no problem. They can talk all they want. I'm not going to block them. It's cool.
The U.S. set a, quote, dangerous precedent with their actions. So here's a question. What is next for the future of Venezuela? History could point to the answer. Experts are pointing to the similarities between the U.S. capture and indictment of Nicolas Maduro and the
Happy Monday and Happy New Year's.
Dictator Manuel Noriega. Noriega surrendered to U.S. forces and was then flown to Miami to face drug trafficking charges. He was then sentenced to decades behind bars. Now former Attorney General Bill Barr says Maduro could suffer the same fate.
I have a high degree of confidence he'll ultimately be convicted, and all the legal arguments that have been raised really were raised during the prosecution of Noriega, which was a very parallel situation. I think he will be convicted, and I think he's looking at sentences similar to, if not bigger than Noriega's sentence. He's committed far more crimes in my mind than Noriega did.
The question is now, will Maduro's arrest lead to the end of drug cartels terrorizing citizens, both local and abroad? Joining me now is a former DEA attaché who spent 3 years on the ground in Venezuela, coming face to face with some of these very narco terrorists we are talking about. Wes Tabor. Wes, thank you so much for joining us. You're the perfect person to talk to about this, given your very specific area of expertise. When it comes to Venezuela,
Right,
what are some things that people here at home may not understand about how the government there operates?
You have to understand that when they
Claudia's scared.
Venezuela, and I say they,
Like they say, the cartels running Mexico. The cartels are so.
Going even further with that, right? They wanted to do a couple things.
She doing their bidding.
The country under the name of socialism, bring everyone in under the warm arms of collectivism, right? And then once they got in there, they started giving everyone the Heisman and started taking away their rights. And then what happened was we had a.
This is what I voted for. I know you guys did too.
And it was affecting the whole Western Hemisphere. But what they were doing was they were drawing in terrorists from around the world, and you can see that in the indictment when they talk about giving passports and identities to some of these terrorists from Hezbollah, Hamas, and this was increasing as we went along. And we're not just talking about narco terrorists. We're talking.
Thanks for joining in. Really appreciate it. Happy Monday. Appreciate it. Like and subscribe.
This government was made up of a potpourri of bad actors, and Maduro was just one of them. And we have 15 or 16 of the top level cabinet members and generals indicted. And that was my job when I went there. Identify a lot of these people, target them, get them arrested, and get people that we could build a case on. And that's what we did. And it wasn't just
how you doing, man?
There were just many, many other
Thank you guys. Appreciate
this
it.
Together for many years until it culminated with this action by President Trump. Hats off to him.
Well, when it comes to just how connected Maduro is to narco terrorism, he has been accused of purposefully trying to import
you voted for Kamala. Wow.
Members into this country.
Yeah, MAGA baby.
Destruction, chaos, death. Is that true?
Yeah, listen, I wrote a book about it called Infiltrate America, Blood Routes and the Rise of Latin American Gangs. But
No.
Goes back to the state of Aragua.
Trying to be president all the time.
Maduro's soon-to-be, hopefully, co-defendants, Tarek El-Asaime, who is a known terrorist, whose father was an Iraqi Ba'athist terrorist, and he was the vice president for a while. I'm the only agent who ever met him in Venezuela when I was there. He's a bad character. And what he was doing was, we believe, and this is coming from open source information, you can look at it now, it's in this indictment, kind of hinting toward it, providing fake backstop identities for terrorists to travel around the world. And that was great back in the 90s and 2000s when Venezuela passport actually had some authority. Now it's not even worth the paper it's printed on, right? But these are the types of things.
How we paint the villain? The man's been in power for about 25 years, and then every time he can leave his power, he stayed.
Money off it. At the end, you
that's
have
crazy.
Celia Flores, the wife of Maduro. You have Nicolas, the son, and what they were doing was working hand in glove with Tren de Aragua to move those dope boats that we were blowing up in the
what I voted
Caribbean.
for.
That was all
We
Tren de
voted for.
Aragua with the help of the son of Nicolas Maduro. So you have to look at this and say, well, this is something you're going to see in the movies, right? Because it just can't happen in the real world. And you have people defending it. That's the other thing. We have 8 million displaced Venezuelans around the world, and you can see them celebrating because they get to go home now. And so, these nefarious actors, if we're not careful and we don't get a grip on what's going on in the country and help them in some fashion, we're going to have that vacuum.
Wes,
we don't want to kill by bad
and that brings me to my next question. What do you foresee happening next? Can the United States trust the vice president turned acting president of Venezuela, Delcy Rodriguez? She's being described as deeply ambitious and a hardline socialist, just like Maduro. What do you know about her, and can the U.S. trust her?
Let me tell you, a couple days ago on Fox, I said this. I had one word for her.
Like and subscribe.
That is feckless. She is feckless. In fact,
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Feckless. Okay.
Thanks for the likes. Thanks for the subs. Thank you.
Same cloth that Nicolas Maduro is. Now, their constitution says, just like ours, right? You have authorities that are going to be transferred and implemented when people are.
I'm a small YouTuber trying to get my channel up there.
But you have to remember,
trying to get there.
Other indicted members of the cabinet. You have Padrino Lopez. You have Diosdado Caballo. These guys hold the keys to the military in Venezuela, and they're not under arrest. In fact, right now they're plotting against this new president, right? So we have some serious issues on the ground, and I'm sure President Trump, the agency, and DOJ and so forth, they're all looking at how can we help transition this in some fashion. I know President Trump is committed to that.
Appreciate it.
Well, we are just at the beginning of this story here, but as Secretary of War Pete Hegseth said,
Thank you, Angel.
Maduro messed around and found out, and it appears after all that you have said that we are a safer country as a result of this. Wes Tabor, thank you so much for joining us and speaking to us this morning.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too.
I'm Steve Juicy. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News.
Yesterday, New York City's new mayor, Zohran Mamdani, revealed
This guy here.
President Trump to blast him for arresting Nicolas Maduro.
I called the president
Thank you.
and spoke with him directly to register my opposition to this act and to make clear that it was an opposition based on being opposed to a pursuit of
I
regime
got the black one
change,
too.
to the violation of federal and international law,
Never surrender.
and a desire to see that be consistent each and every day.
And today, Mamdani is refusing to stand down from his comments. He even dodged a question about using the city's resources to interfere with Maduro's prosecution.
Have you spoken to Trump again about Maduro or what's happening in Venezuela?
No, the conversation that we had was the one before yesterday's press conference.
You said it was a violation of federal and international law. Do you plan to use any of the city's resources to interfere with the prosecution or anything like that?
This is a federal action on a federal timeline, and I owe it to New Yorkers to deliver for them across the 5 boroughs and also to be honest and straightforward about my own thoughts on this.
Joining us now is New York Congressman Mike Lawler, a member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee. Congressman, thank you so much for joining us. It doesn't sound like the mayor actually really answered that question, but nonetheless, it is amazing to me that Donald Trump will actually take that call. One of the most open and transparent presidents we've had. But Mamdani said he got a briefing before he called the president.
Right, Parker Davis, yep.
Brief him. And how can you imagine this would actually go down?
I guess he read his X feed. I don't really know who would have given him a briefing, and certainly not before members of Congress. But as far as his comments go, I mean, this is the same person who said that he would arrest Benjamin Netanyahu in New York City. And so he's talking about things, frankly, that he has no knowledge of, no understanding of. And the fact is, Maduro was justly arrested. This is similar to what President Bush did in 1989 with Noriega in Panama. And the fact is that Maduro has been indicted 3 times in U.S. courts. He has flouted that. And the bottom line is he needs to be held accountable for his crimes and the illicit drug trade that has resulted in the deaths of tens of thousands of Americans over many years. And you look at what he has done with the illicit oil trade with Iran. That's why our military ships are there. That is why they have been seizing control of these sanctioned ships that have been involved in this illicit oil trade. And so there is a lot here. Not the least of which, of course, is the 8 million people who have fled Venezuela, many of them coming into the United States, into New York.
Thanks for joining in, Brandon.
People are celebrating Maduro's arrest. And meanwhile, you have Democrats, protesting in the streets, demanding that Maduro be released. And President Trump.
Help a brother out on the subscribing. Help a brother out.
Criminally liable for this. I mean, it's just craziness.
Congressman Lawler, I think you hit on a lot of very interesting points.
Thank you.
We look at the leadership here in New York City and really across the state as well. New York Governor Kathy Hochul also condemning these strikes. And she was also brief, she says. She talks about the Venezuelan community, standing with families abroad in hopes. But she says there are no credible threats to New York at this time, that state police are coordinating with our partners and law enforcement to monitor the situation and keep New Yorkers safe. Mayor Mamdani talked about his focus being the safety of every New Yorker, that his administration will monitor the situation and issue relevant guidance. Do you view that as they're looking at this as something that there's some sort of threat to be wary of in the wake of this arrest?
I guess they're alleging that potentially because of the arrest of Maduro that there could be an attack in New York. I mean, what's fascinating to me about their statements is they had no qualms about Venezuelan drug cartels or gang members coming into the United States under Joe Biden's open borders, and in fact openly embraced them coming into New York City. Now, of course, they're outraged. Then you look at their overall comments. You know, they talk about protecting democracy and how important that is. Meanwhile, you have somebody who
so much for free bus in New York. Now it's $3 charging or $3 up or something like that. That's crazy.
And Joe Biden put a $25 million bounty on his head and said, "We do not recognize."
It's still American first. No more fentanyl coming across the border like that.
Over 60 countries do not recognize him, and yet now we have Democrats saying that he should be released, that he never should have been removed. It's just laughable the lengths by which they go and say things that are contrary to what their previous statements were. And it's all because it's Donald Trump who did it. And that's what's so infuriating about this. You have a situation where somebody who has been involved in this illicit drug trade, this illicit oil trade, who has been basically serving as a narco-terror state, and these folks would rather attack President Trump for making a righteous decision, a difficult decision, but the right one, because it's Donald Trump. And that's what's fundamentally wrong here. Josh Gottheimer, a Democrat from New Jersey, was the only colleague of mine that I saw that put out a sensible, reasonable statement on the arrest. You have Kamala Harris saying that it's illegal. I mean, God help us if she was president of the United States dealing with these issues.
Man,
No kidding,
terrible.
You know,
They've been botched.
People are doing some incredible.
They've been Afghanistan all over again.
Right now, I remember when they were out in the streets declaring no kings, now defending a
dictator.
It's really something to behold. But Mamdani, of course, isn't the only Democrat slamming President Trump for his operations in Venezuela. We've got House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries claiming Venezuela might actually be worse off with Trump in charge. Watch this.
It remains to be seen whether the people of Venezuela are going to be better off. Donald Trump claims that he's going to run Venezuela. He's done a terrible job running the United States of America. Life hasn't gotten better for the American people over the last year. Life has gotten worse. He promised to lower the high cost of living. Costs haven't gone down. They've gone up. The healthcare system is broken. Donald Trump refuses to do anything about it to address the Republican healthcare crisis. So the notion that he's going to run Venezuela and make life better for the Venezuelan people, of course, is belied by the facts as to what he's done as president here in the United States of America.
Congressman, really interesting because the Venezuelan people seem to be pretty excited about the possibility of freedom in their country. But what do you make of Hakeem Jeffries there and his assessment?
I don't even know if they hear themselves talk half the time with the stupid things that come out of their mouths. I mean, I'm sorry. Nicolas Maduro was a despot, a dictator, a brutal murderer, a Marxist who has run his country into the ground. Poverty rates have skyrocketed. You want to talk about health care?
This is a perfect example of what happens when you F around and find out.
Venga por mí. Aquí lo esperan Miraflores. No hace tarde llegar. ¡Cobarde!
Let's go. Like and subscribe.
And when the man went nailed to the tree,
Like and subscribe.
You want to talk about food insecurity. This is a man who is sitting on oil, who's sitting on minerals, and has destroyed his economy. And they're criticizing President Trump. Look, when you look at Joe Biden's economy versus President Trump's economy, it's night and day. The fact is the economy is growing. We have job creation. Costs are coming down. We delivered the largest tax cut in American history, that when people go to file their taxes this April, they will see significant reduction in their tax burden because of what we have done. The economy is booming. And this year it is going to really prove fruitful with the policies that we've enacted. Yes, there are issues to deal with like healthcare, but by the way, that is because of Obamacare. Because Obamacare has failed to actually reduce health care costs. That's their policy. That is their chief policy that they put in place that they said would reduce health care costs in America. They have skyrocketed over 15 years by 96%. Meanwhile, insurance company profits are up 2,000% because Obamacare was written by the insurance companies for the insurance companies. But Democrats never seem to want to be honest about how to deal with these problems. They just want to point the finger, blame President Trump, and kick and scream. The fact is, what President Trump did, both with Iran going after their nuclear program, and yesterday taking out Nicolas Maduro, arresting him, and bringing him back to the U.S. for prosecution, are two consequential decisions that will make the world safer, that have undercut the alliance between Iran, Russia, China, North Korea, Venezuela, these states that have sought to undermine and destabilize the U.S., Europe, Israel, and the free world. And yet, here today, you have Democrats aligning themselves with the leaders of these countries because they hate President
Thanks for joining in,
Trump so
Todd.
much.
Appreciate you joining in. Like and
It's
subscribe.
disturbing, truly, to listen to them talk about these issues.
Congressman, Venezuela has been Maduro-less for about 36 hours now. How concerned are you about potential instability there?
Help a brother out.
Look, I think obviously anytime you have a destructive force like Maduro removed from power, obviously in the wake it can create some level of instability. His chief henchmen are still in place. I think the administration's posture is correct, which is to say, look, these are the terms. You start making these necessary changes and transition to an election. I mean, ultimately, there's going to need to be an election there, and we're going to have a democratically elected government put in place.
Congressman Mike Lawler.
Thank you guys for watching, man. I really appreciate it. I got like 22,000 views watching right now. Thank you guys for watching, man.
To Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and
22,000.
analysis. You will not get it anywhere
Help a brother out. Subscribe, please.
with me, all. Hands up, Venezuela! Hands up, Venezuela!
Now, this is Sky News Australia. This is Australian news.
La lucha sigue!
Their point of view.
Libertad, socialismo o muerte! Venceremos!
Wow, 24,000 views. Like and subscribe. Thank you, thank you. How you doing, Eric? Thanks for joining in. Happy Monday. Happy New Year's.
say how. Free my. You say how. We want justice. You say how. Free Maduro right now. Free Maduro right now. No fuck for oil. Hands up Venezuela soil. Hands up Venezuela soil. No fuck for oil. Hands up Venezuela soil. No fuck for oil. Hands up Venezuela soil.
Thanks for joining in. Like and subscribe. Thank you guys. Right, no kings, but yet y'all are protesting for a dictator. Make it make sense.
Today I feel like there's a light at the end of the tunnel. There's some hope. I feel like there will be a space that will become our own for every Venezuelan out here and every Venezuelan in Venezuela too. We have the right to have a place that we're proud of and where we belong, and that was taken from us more than 20 years ago. So.
Well, this has been like a roller coaster, emotionally speaking, but now in this very moment, a little bit more calm. We think that we have gotten an important first step toward this transition to democracy. As a Venezuelan, we are very, very much thankful to President Trump for this commitment to eliminate Maduro from that has been kidnapping the whole society, our whole economy, who has been destroyed, the country completely looted and converted our country in a hub of terror and terrorism. This is not Venezuela. This is what this regime is.
That holistic transition that Marco Rubio spoke about and you know, people talking about the need for that peaceful transition. From where you are, tell us what the general feel is in regards to that.
Well, look, there's a lot of division in the US around this. The point that the Trump administration has been making around targeting Venezuela in the first place is they've said that they've persistently run this drug trafficking operation to not only fund different kinds of terrorism enemies of the United States, but that it's been directly coming through to the US, and it plays very strongly into the real catastrophe they had at the southern border over the Biden administration years. There was, different estimates between 7 and 11 million people walking across the southern border. And there's been the huge operation from the Trump administration to wind that back. But people smuggling is an operation. That was a business model. And they're saying that that was all coming back directly to Venezuela. Now, of course, many Americans don't buy that. They don't think that that's realistic. They don't understand why America's going around shooting oil tankers. But that's also playing into an element of the Republican Party. There's been members, the ones who would probably be more the traditional Tea Party members, but those kind of ones who the dirtiest word you can use is neocon. They say this really looks like, when the last example we have is of an action by George W. Bush, it kind of plays into that, why are we playing the world police? But they do also intensely dislike the drug trafficking, people smuggling that's been impacting the US quite intensely over the last few years. So
thank you guys for subscribing. Thank you so much.
It's not an agreed upon thing at a domestic level in the US, but it does seem like it's a bit far removed. There haven't been any US troops left on the ground. There haven't been any who died in the process of this. If we look at the Noriega example, I think it was 23 American servicemen died in that operation. So the kind of perception is that, geez, they pulled it off and it went well. And this is making America look strong again on the world stage after the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan. To have the US manage to pull off dropping a bunker buster over Iran and then pulling off something like this and doing it well, there is that element of, geez, at least like we're kind of looking strong.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, of course, the federal charges tomorrow for Maduro and his wife. What are you expecting to come out of that?
Thank you.
Well, it does look like it will be one of those kind of perfunctory hearings where it's more administrative in nature, but we will see.
Yes, it is a great day to be alive.
Internal court. One of the best examples we actually have of this is kind of recently looking at Donald Trump. Going through his trials, there won't be cameras in the courtroom, is my understanding, but we'll see some of those sketches, and we'll find out longer term about where they'll be staying and under what conditions. And there still, I think, will be the question about why New York and then potentially moving it down to Miami. And I think there will just be a very public show as much as they can using the state level restrictions. Technically, it is actually against the Geneva Convention to be showing images of Maduro and his wife in ways that would bring a public discredit. There is a precedent about not.
Thank you guys for subscribing. Thank you so much.
People look ridiculous when you're carrying out these kind of arrests, but that seems like something that previous administrations have been more concerned about. There was the question when you might remember when they released the mugshot of Saddam Hussein, but then this time around they just went straight for it. And so I think there will be kind of as much of a perk walk as they can try and get out of the whole process.
Annalise Nelson, thank you so much. Marco Rubio has defended the US operation capturing Venezuela's President Nicolas Maduro. He says it was a legal military operation and there were limitations in notifying US lawmakers about the plan.
This is not an invasion. We didn't occupy a country. This was an arrest operation. This is a law enforcement operation. We can't notify them we're going to do it on a Tuesday or on a Wednesday because at some points we didn't know we were going to be able to carry this out. We can pick and choose which ones we go after. We have court orders for each one. That will continue to be in place until the people who have control of the power in that country make changes that are not just in the interest of the people of Venezuela, but are in the interest of the United States.
Venezuela's President Nicolas Maduro has been charged with narco-terrorism after being captured by US forces. He's currently being detained in New York and is expected to face court tomorrow. CB Cotton has more on the proceedings.
Ousted Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro will be arraigned tomorrow in federal court at noon Eastern. He'll be driven there from this federal detention facility where he's currently behind bars. Since he's arrived here, we've seen both protest and celebration outside the court, outside this prison. Take a look at this. Hundreds last night waving Venezuelan flags and people cheering for Maduro's downfall as he arrived at the Metropolitan Detention Center. But today, another gathering. Protesters chanting, "Release Maduro right now," and condemning the U.S. military action that got us to this point. Maduro, for his part, appeared to smile.
So China is shaking. Yeah.
And Happy New Year as he was processed by DEA agents last night. Attorney General Pam Bondi said he'll face the full wrath of American justice when announcing the 4-count superseding indictment against him. Prosecutors allege Maduro ran a corrupt, illegitimate government powered by drug trafficking that flooded the U.S. with thousands of tons of cocaine.
Thank you.
Maduro was charged alongside his wife, his son, and 3 others, including a leader of the Tren de Aragua gang. Prosecutors say they used narco-terrorists, violent cartels, and military-grade weapons to protect the scheme and line their own pockets. The 25-page indictment spells out how Maduro allegedly kept the machine running, providing government cover, law enforcement protection, and logistical support to keep the drugs moving. The case builds on charges filed back in 2020, charges that Maduro then denied. Former Attorney General Bill Barr, who oversaw the 2020 case, argues the Trump administration has proven that Venezuela was engaged in illegal activity and a national security threat. So he says the months-long pressure campaign against the country and arrest of Maduro was legally sound.
It's really our choice of what's best for the American people. And he's decided to bring him to justice and use law enforcement powers. And, I think that's admirable, and it shows a great deal of restraint.
Just hold on with me. Hold on. I got something good.
To flee the country, including me. And I'm not going to let anyone to tell me that I'm Venezuelan, and let me tell you something. This is the happiest day of my life. They have massacred us, intimidated us, humiliated us. And today we finally recover hope. It's been 25 years of dictatorship. How can you defend that? They have forced more than 8 million Venezuelans to flee the country, including me. And I'm not going to let anyone to tell me that this is not good for us. This is the best thing that could happen to Venezuela. This is what all Venezuelans want.
It's 4:30 in the morning. Let's go wake up my husband and tell him that Nicolas Maduro was captured by the United States.
Yeah.
Mentira. Solo díganme lo que esto es mentira.
Yo, ¿qué hago yo levantándote a las 5 de la mañana diciéndote esto?
Ya, eso es mentira. Sufran, coño, que sufran. Celebrar, coño, celebrar. La libertad, coño, la libertad. Gracias a todos. Dios mío, qué notición, qué noticia.
Te dije.
Ahora vienen los cabrones estos, ahora que vengan estos ahora, están cagados. Cagados están.
Se Cuba, que es un acto criminal.
Acto criminal es lo que tienen con ellos, lo que tienen con los venezolanos. Es un acto criminal.
How come they?
Makes me tear up, man. My eyes are watering. I can't, especially when it's Cubans, man. Cubans, I know how much Cubans want this for their country, too. Maybe one day I'll talk to you guys about, maybe I could do a retrospective edit of the time. If you go back in my vlogs, you'll see my Cuba trip. Go back like years back on this channel. You will see it. We got more clips here of people finding out the news. Let's see.
How they confused by being free? The dude been in power for about 25 years. Now he's not. They free. Are you from there?
Message to my English-speaking friends, because I'm already seeing people are organizing protests, hands off Venezuela, let's defend Maduro, we love dictators. Do not for a moment let your hatred and disdain for Donald Trump, an unsavory character, have you defending the dictator of my country that was destroyed by him and Chavez and their system 20 years ago. We Venezuelans are very, very happy that our dictator has been arrested, removed, and will be put through a trial. It's the first time we're seeing justice in 26 years. Now let's hope that they get the rest of the criminals out of Venezuela, and then we can return home. Now a message to my English-speaking friends, because I'm already seeing people are...
But they're not going to listen because they're too busy posturing to make it seem like they don't want forever wars, and they don't want to... Viva Venezuela, gracias Dios, Padre Todopoderoso. I don't know what that means.
Le queremos dar gracias a Dios por su milagro, a los que no dejan de creer que Dios es grande.
You got a grown man crying.
Era su anhelo. A Venezuela, que ella conocerá Venezuela, nació en España, pero que ella conocerá esta Venezuela bonita. Mis hijos vuelven nuevamente a su país. Gracias Dios por tu maravilla, gracias por tu milagro, gracias por ser bueno con nosotros, hermanos venezolanos. Espero que hayamos aprendido la lección, que seamos más humildes, que seamos más personas.
You can find the files yourself. Just Google it. Ain't no distraction from the files. These people have been under the bullshit for 25 years. Let them enjoy and be free. We all free because of God, but, you know.
Viva Venezuela, viva el pueblo venezolano y vivan todos los países que nos acogieron en ese momento más difícil. Que Dios lo bendiga a todas las nacionalidades que nos abrieron su puerta. Gracias. Nosotros agradecidos con España 100% porque nos abrió su puerta, pero gracias a Chile, gracias a Estados Unidos, gracias a México, gracias a Ecuador, gracias a todos los países. Los amamos. Amén. ¡Que viva Venezuela!
What a beautiful video, man. So much happiness. So much happiness.
Mami, buenos días. Capturaron a Maduro.
Mentira.
All you gotta do is Google it, man.
Señores, Maduro y su esposa han sido capturados. Nicolás Maduro y Sirita fueron capturados. Señores, Maduro se ha capturado. Maduro, viejo.
Thanks for the subs. Thanks for the likes. Appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Capturaron a Maduro.
Mentira. Mentira. Ay, bendito sea el Señor.
The gunslinger I just showed you. Just Google it.
Nelson. Capturaron a Maduro. Capturaron a Maduro.
¿Es verdad?
Ya.
El diablo, vale, me van a matar.
No te lo puedo creer, esto es increíble.
Gracias.
Ay.
Gracias.
I did not vote for Trump. Not that I was excited to vote for Kamala, but I did. But what I have done is facilitate food, medicine, basic essentials for children in Venezuela for over 10 years. I have developed close relationships with families there, with mothers there who have watched their children die because you cannot imagine the conditions in Venezuela. You cannot imagine parents unable to get the basic essentials for their children. I've spoke to families, to mothers who watch their children die on the floors of their home. You cannot imagine. I've been posting about Maduro and the state of Venezuela for a very long time, over 10 years. So before you sit and criticize, and I can't pretend to know how this will impact America, I'm honestly just so focused on the relief I feel for the people of Venezuela. So before you want to politicize this and make this a Trump thing, look into the conditions and the quality of life for how people have been surviving and living in Venezuela. Venezuela is not occupied today. Venezuela is liberated today. Truly, learn about it, read about it. Again, I am not saying that this isn't for the oil, all that. Okay, maybe it is. Maybe it's truly sinister. But for the people of Venezuela today, this is a good thing. This is a good thing.
If you're not from Venezuela, you better shut the fuck up.
Damn.
I've seen a lot of videos of gringos trying to explain Venezuela to Venezuelans. You don't even know the difference between Venezuela and Mexico. You can't even point a Venezuela in a fucking map. You don't know what is to live in starvation.
Preach.
You never saw a family member dying because you didn't have the medication, while the members of the Chavismo are walking with Rolex in their hand. Do you want to know how many people died trying to come to America, going through a jungle? Do you want to know how many women were raped there? We are 8 million of Venezuelans who have left Venezuela. You don't know what is to live like that. You are too freaking busy eating your Starbucks with almond milk, you motherfucker. I have a question for you guys. Where were you when they were killing us? Where were you when they were killing students? Students who didn't have any weapon. You were too freaking busy drinking your Starbucks.
I keep on saying about the oil, but the Venezuelan people not even mention about the oil.
Up and take Venezuela out of your filthy mouth.
To all my American friends, today Venezuelans woke up to the best news we've received in decades. I confess that this morning I couldn't fully understand my own feelings as I read the news. Seeing bombs and explosions in my country was something I never imagined I would witness, and it was hard to believe. But it was real. The United States was military entering our capital, Caracas, and capturing the tyrant Nicolas Maduro. I want to thank you on behalf of my family and the Venezuelan people, because it was your President Donald Trump, your government, and your country that made possible what we couldn't, capturing the dictator Maduro and bringing him to justice. For many years we tried, truly, we tried.
Thank you.
But we always knew that without the military help of a larger and more powerful
Thank you. Appreciate you guys.
Elections in our country were always a circus, a show. But the greatest country in the world decided to act and carried out what might be the most decisive military operation of our lifetimes. Nicolas Maduro is now in the hands of justice, and the United States will run our country until a trustworthy transition takes place. I gotta be honest with you, I never thought Venezuela would become the 51st state.
Thank you.
Puerto Rico, Canada, and Greenland.
My channel is about common sense on my channel.
Difficult for us, especially for those
You had to learn from you guys. You can learn from me. You get to share, communicate. Thank you.
Was that we are a narco state that sent criminals and mentally ill people to America. 2026 begins completely differently, and I couldn't feel more at peace or more grateful. God bless America and free Venezuela from socialism. Thank you so much. And thank you, Mr. President Donald Trump.
We couldn't be there with the uncertainty that at any moment they were going to grab us for thinking differently.
And feel this joy that I'm going to return home. I share it with the whole world because I'm going to return home and mine are going to return home. Venezuela, we are free. I can't describe the happiness that I have in my arms because they are mixed feelings that I have. To scream or not, to cry or not, to run or not. Yes, I am happy, Venezuela. I'm happy because I'm a mother who is returning to her children. Free Venezuela. Free Venezuela. Freedom, 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 freedom.
Venezuelans, as you can see, are very grateful for this step that President Donald Trump took in favor of democracy in Latin America. And we Venezuelans are truly very grateful and hopeful that we will soon refound the republic. We will recover our
institutions, and we Venezuelans, who are the greatest wealth our people have, will be able to return to our country and contribute to rebuilding it and becoming the great nation we have always been. Free Venezuela. Out with Maduro and out with socialism forever. Maduro, let's... Free Venezuela. Venezuela.
I truly hope that the Venezuelan people overcome this contingency in peace and tranquility, because this is a period of transition. Excuse me, this is a period of transition. So what we who are here, those who are in Venezuela, hope for is that everything develops in total calm and peace, because no one wants bloodshed, no one wants that bad things happen, as they should, in total calm and peace.
Selfishness. Glory to all the people who
celebrate. And know that your country is now free.
Glory to the brave people of the UK. The more respected as you and I.
Live freedom. Soon we will be in Venezuela. Soon it will be free. Don't give up. You guys are coming. Let's take it easy and see what events are going to happen in Venezuela.
If you sleep, I'm staying here.
Don't forget, it's happening right now in the next few hours.
It's happening.
This is the time for all citizens.
Save your life. Faith in life.
Be careful. With freedom in our country, we are going to put order with the political prisoners, with an exceptional country. And
everyone will be
USA, USA, baby. Happy Monday. Thanks for joining in. Like and subscribe. Really appreciate you guys, man. Appreciate it.
Godfather.
Yep, happy Monday. Wearing the mega hat is crazy work. No, it's a great hat. It feels comfortable.
Grab.
$50. No part, Clarence.
Thank you.
No problem at all. Thank you.
Who made every effort to free us, and now we can say that all country, Venezuela, is free after all the deaths, after all the injustices, after all the massacres that occurred. Today, justice is done. Thank you, sir. Long live Venezuela. Your name, my friend?
It's upside down.
Okay.
Hey, catch you. Wow. MD, how you doing? If he was guilty of rape, he'd be in jail. Right, can't. Yeah, Venezuela for a tourist trip now. Yeah.
Venezuela to be free. For us to be able to return. Personally, as a young person, I want to return to my country. Do everything I can to help my country return and rise again. My country is beautiful. It has a lot of potential wasted by this socialist government. Most of the time, I would like to return. I'm Venezuelan. I have my roots there. Argentina sheltered us very well. They treat us very well. They are very grateful. But I am Venezuelan.
Bro, there was no rape at all, man. Stop it. All those charges were misdemeanors, and they made them to become felonies.
Today we woke up with hope. We didn't know if it was artificial intelligence if the
stages were fake until it really became true. And the official statements were made. But it is the step to a new path, the possibility and hope, any hope. This is not over, unfortunately, but at least there is a path through. Yeah.
And a lot of hope because it is a step towards the beginning of something new. A country that is being reborn. The truth is that I am also very excited about what is happening.
Right, Instinct, right.
Free Venezuela! Free Venezuela! Come on, damn it! Free Venezuela! You're Chavismo!
Free Venezuela, Festival Bolivar. Long live Venezuela.
We are now learning more about the moments leading up to the capture of Venezuelan dictator Nicolas Maduro and his wife. Operation Absolute Resolve took months of planning, going all the way back to August when the CIA deployed a unit to monitor Maduro's movements. And on Saturday, elite U.S. military forces used that intel to storm Venezuela and capture Maduro in the middle of the night. Here's Secretary of State Marco Rubio detailing that operation.
It is not easy to land helicopters in the middle of the largest military base in the country. The guy lived on a military base. Land within 3 minutes, kick down his door, grab him, put him in handcuffs, read him his rights, put him in a helicopter, and leave the country without losing any American or any American assets. I do think this is one of the most, daring, complicated, sophisticated missions this country has carried out in a very long time. Tremendous credit to the U.S. military personnel who did it. It was unbelievable.
U.S. Marine veteran Chad Robichaux, who helped lead rescue missions during the Afghanistan withdrawal, joins me now. And Chad, look, as someone who has experience extracting people, albeit the good guys, and understands how difficult that can be, what do you make of this mission? Specifically, the speed with which it occurred and the fact that there was no American loss of life.
I mean, it's absolutely amazing. And you have to look at who these guys are. I mean, when President Trump and Secretary Hegseth legitimately designated these cartel regimes as terrorist groups, now you have the ability of Joint Special Operations Command partnering with our elite intelligence agencies. And when you have a commander-in-chief and secretary that'll get behind them and let them actually do their job, there's nowhere in the world our adversaries can't hide. And the world just got a demonstration.
Yeah, it's a kryptonite. They don't like it. They don't like the truth and facts.
They're able to.
They go with feelings.
Delta Force, SEAL Team 6's assaulters, they're able to go in at any moment, anywhere in the world. But the fact that they had time to prepare with intelligence from the CIA, prepare for this, shows how precision they can be. And it's not just JSOC's, not just about Delta Force or SEAL Team 6. You're talking about the full capabilities of the most robust intel networks in the world with the most logistically capable units that support those units and put them on targets and do exactly what they just did.
The fact that the CIA was on the ground in Venezuela was no surprise. We reported it on this program. President Trump announced, hey, the CIA is on the ground in Venezuela. So obviously, Nicolas Maduro knew. How high do you think our CIA operatives were in the Venezuelan government?
I mean, I think they were at the top. I mean, you're
It's not kidnapping.
CIA employees. You're talking about the network of intelligence and human intelligence and resources that we have. If they're doing their job, then they're going to have assets and resources all the way to the top, right next to Maduro. And obviously.
So I'm a Black American. I'm next. Stop it.
You just can't stop the long haul of our U.S. intelligence agencies, especially when they partner with
not after me.
the Joint Special Operations Command.
Is there anything that surprised you about this mission?
No, it had to be done. Nicolas Maduro didn't just rise to legitimate leadership. He's a dictator that seized power from his people. 7 million Venezuelans had to flee the country, not because of policy, because it's criminal governance. It's criminal governance of Venezuela. I have friends that are from Venezuela that I skydive with, and they had to leave during his takeover because they had to get their families out there celebrating right now. And aside from the Venezuelan people who got their country, who are going to get their country back now, I mean, the United States was suffering under the threat of this narco-terrorism. Venezuela is not the only one, by the way. We all know that, but it needed to be done. And President Trump, I feel President Trump gave grace and patience for Maduro to turn things around and do the right thing, and he wasn't going to do it. We knew he wasn't going to do it. And so it's no surprise that this happened. I am not surprised that when Joint Special Operations Command and our military troops are allowed to do their job, that they can do it with such precision and accuracy as they did. Not surprised by that at all. They've been handcuffed for so long. It's so amazing to see a commander-in-chief lets them do their job.
This absolutely speaks volumes about the coordination and leadership at the Pentagon. I mean, look, we have it on our screen right here. What it took to pull this off. You mentioned the CIA. They provided the intel, surveillance, target tracking. Then you have the Delta Force precisely rehearsed and executed the raid. They built literally a replica of Maduro's home. Think about that. And then the Night Stalkers flew in on very low altitudes to that location. Remember, that's the same group that supported the 2011 raid on Bin Laden. Quickly, before we let you go, obviously, men and women did this mission. Without them, we don't have it. I want to talk quickly about the equipment.
Help a brother out. Look at that. 50,000 views.
Stayed in the air.
Help a brother out.
Where they needed to get to safety. What can you tell us about the equipment that was used in this mission?
Well, I mean, like you said, the Night Stalkers who went in, I mean, they're going to have the best aircraft in the world. They're going to have the best equipment. But one of the things you mentioned is the best equipment for preparing. I've seen at some of these elite units, the training rooms where you can have modular walls and move walls around. You can get schematics through intelligence or through architectural records of a room, a building, a ship, a vessel anywhere in the world, and you can rebuild that facility and rehearse in the real scenario that you're going to be presented with when you go through and you breach through a door. So these operators have the facilities that they have, the training equipment they have, not just what you use in the mission, but having our military funded correctly and be able to train properly. And then when they actually get on target using the best equipment, is why it's so important. It's why you hear veterans like me preaching or cheerleading when we get our budgets properly distributed to our military troops, so it's actually trained to be able to do something like this when it's time to do it.
The capacity of the United States military never ceases to amaze. Chad Roberts Show. Thank you. Thanks for your insight. Appreciate it.
I'm Steve Ducey. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
Okay, number one, most of the experts that people have on television, I watch these experts and it's clown hour. Okay, these are people that have focused their entire career on the Middle East or some other part of the world because that's where all the action was. Very few of them know anything about Venezuela or the Western Hemisphere. Venezuela looks nothing like Libya. It looks nothing like Iraq. It looks nothing like Afghanistan. It looks nothing like the Middle East other than the Iranian agents that are running through their plotting against America. Okay, these are Western countries with long traditions among their, at a people-to-people and cultural level, and ties to the United States. So there's nothing like that. So I think people need to stop ascribing the apples and oranges here. The apples of the Middle East to the oranges of the Western Hemisphere. Number two, this is about the national interest of the United States. And what I'm confident of is we are in a safer and better place because we're taking it seriously. The alternative would have been to leave Maduro there as an indicted the drug trafficker, illegitimate president, running the country, open invitation for all of our adversaries to do whatever they want against the United States from Venezuela. That was not going to continue. The alternative would have been to allow a drug trafficker to continue to use national territory and elements of nation-state power to further drug trafficking organizations. Read the indictment. This guy used the levers of their security apparatus.
Like and subscribe. Thank you, guys.
But to cooperate and facilitate the trafficking of drugs for the purpose of getting them into the United States. That's going to stop.
So we got to talk about our boy, Big Marco Rubio, Big Cojones Rubio, who is now doing interviews with the mainstream liberal media, schooling them on the Trump administration's operation to arrest and capture Nicolas Maduro. That was a overwhelming success. And you know that it was great because you have leftists in the United States of America boo-hoo-ing and crying, while Venezuelans, real patriots, are celebrating what just happened, okay? We are enforcing the Don Road Doctrine, and Marco Rubio is probably the chief architect of the Don Road Doctrine, okay? We're talking about re-establishing American supremacy, United States supremacy in Latin America, okay? This is our hemisphere, okay? And we are going to protect our interests. Period.
If the purpose of the operation was to capture Maduro and bring him to justice, why does the United States need to take over the Venezuelan oil industry?
Well, we don't need to. First, let me go back up. We don't need Venezuela's oil. We have plenty of oil in the United States. What we're not going to allow is for the oil industry in Venezuela to be controlled by adversaries of the United States. You have to understand, why does China need their oil? Why does Russia need their oil? Why does Iran need their oil? They're not even in this continent. This is the Western Hemisphere. This is where we live. And we're not going to allow the Western Hemisphere to be a base of operation for adversaries, competitors, and rivals of the United States.
As specific oil companies?
We also want to see that oil
You
and
tell
the
them, Mark.
proceeds from it.
Tell them.
Hold on. We want to see the oil proceeds of that country benefit the people of Venezuela. Why have 8 million people left Venezuela? 8 million, the single largest mass migration probably in modern history, left Venezuela since 2014 because all the wealth of that country was stolen to the benefit of Maduro and his cronies in the regime, but not to the benefit of people of Venezuela. You know how destabilizing 8 million migrants is? The number one fear that Brazil has, that Colombia has, that all these countries in the region have about what's happening in Venezuela and our involvement is they're afraid of another mass migration event. That's what they fear. This is deeply destabilizing stuff. It's not going to continue to happen. They are not going to come from outside of our hemisphere, destabilize our region in our own backyard, and us have to pay the price for it. Not under President Trump.
Boy, I got to tell you guys, little Marco ain't little no more, okay? He is Big Marco. And Big Marco, I got to be honest, he is becoming one of my favorite GOP 2028 presidential candidates, okay? I know he already said that if JD runs, then he's going to bow out and support JD, which basically means that he's going to be VP, right? I mean, it's going to be JD and Marco Rubio, but I really believe that he should strongly consider running for the top job, okay? Because at this point, me personally, I like people who have a proven track record of execution, okay? I love JD as a communicator, okay? But I like Marco Rubio and Ron DeSantis better as executors, right? And I think that what we need, okay, leading the GOP, we need execution. And Marco Rubio, his execution as Secretary of State has been amazing, right? Absolutely amazing. Who knows? Maybe he should just stay Secretary of State forever. But I'm just saying, this guy is more than qualified for the top job, and he's quickly becoming one of my favorite contenders. Again, him and DeSantis are probably my favorite. That doesn't mean I'm going to be upset if JD wins. It just means that I have my preference. But hey, if it's Marco Rubio, if it's DeSantis, if it's JD, I'm happy, right? I'm happy regardless, okay? So that being said, Marco Rubio, who is currently the temporary president of Venezuela, on top of all the other jobs that he has. I mean, he looks like he hasn't slept in a long time, okay? But he is going to explain what the plan is moving forward to the mainstream liberal media. He's going to school these liberal media anchors who are boohoo.
Trump equals gay orange Jew.
We're taking the oil.
I thought Trump was Jewish. We're not Jewish, German.
We're occupying Venezuela.
Yeah, I think Trump is German.
Right? So he's going to school them on what the Trump administration is doing, right? And I want to react to it because basically Marco is saying the exact same thing that I said yesterday about how it is obvious that the administration is trying to make this transition as peaceful and frictionless as possible, okay? And that is going to take time and requires nuance to understand. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get into this.
Well, he also said the U.S. is ready to stage a second and much larger attack if we need to do so. But I'm curious because you just
thanks for joining in. Appreciate you guys.
As still in place, essentially. I mean, I'm curious why the Trump administration decided to leave it intact and only arrest Nicolas Maduro and his wife, the person who controls the police, the chief thug, Cabello. He's the interior minister. He's been indicted by the United States. He was in that indictment the administration released. He's a narco terrorist. There's a $25 million price on his head.
How you doing, Shirley?
Still in place. The defense minister, who has deep ties
Shirley,
to
how you
Russia,
doing? Thanks for joining in. Happy Monday.
He is still in place. I'm confused. Are they still wanted by the United States? Why didn't you arrest them if you are taking out the narco terrorist regime?
You're confused? I don't know why that's confusing.
They're still in power.
It's very simple. You're not going to go in and wrap up. But you can't go. You're going to go in and suck up 5 people. They're already complaining about this one operation.
Facts.
Imagine the howls we would have from everybody else if we actually had to go and stay there 4 days to capture 4 other people. We got the top priority. The number one person on the list was the guy who claimed to be the president of the country that he was not, and he was arrested along with his wife, who was also indicted. And that was a pretty sophisticated and frankly complicated operation.
It was.
It is not easy to land a helicopter.
It's just as sad how the left going crazy. They're doing the right thing. That's crazy.
Land within 3 minutes.
I voted for this. We voted for this.
Put them in handcuffs, read them
Common
his rights,
sense.
put them in a helicopter, and leave the country without losing any American or any American assets. That's not an easy mission. And you're asking me, why didn't we do that in 5 other places at the same time? I mean, that's absurd. I do think this is one of the most, daring, complicated, sophisticated missions this country has carried out in a very long time. Tremendous credit to the U.S. military personnel who did it. It was unbelievable. And tremendous success. And today, an indicted drug trafficker who was not the legitimate president of Venezuela, who we don't recognize, the Biden administration didn't recognize, 60-something countries don't recognize, the European Union doesn't recognize.
You see it, right?
Latin America don't recognize. He was an indicted drug trafficker. He was arrested. His wife was arrested.
Right, but the others who are also indicted are still. But the others who are also indicted are still in place. So that's the point of my questioning there. But
the question is stupid, right? It's a stupid question. And see, this is what happens when you're asking questions to be adversarial without actually thinking through. Okay, does this question really need to be asked? I mean, let's think about this practically. Okay, again, everybody wants to try to compare this to the Middle East and all this other stuff, right? But think about this practically. The United States, as Marco Rubio just laid out, conducted a covert operation, went in there overnight, and efficiently captured the leader of another country, right? Went in on a military base, special operations, elite forces, they got in and out, right? They got the main guy, right? You got the actual president. Now, what the administration does not want to do is that they don't want to destabilize Venezuela, right? You still, in the meantime, want a functioning government to prevent the country from collapsing. You don't want a collapsing country, because a collapsing country then puts you in a situation where you have to deal with more fallout and volatility and violence, okay? Keeping the current government in place while taking out the top guy sends the message that, hey, we're here, right? That the party's over without necessarily kicking everybody out, right? You give them a chance to leave peacefully. You give them options in regards to what they want to do moving
Thanks for joining in, Joe.
While also at the
Appreciate
same time
it.
letting them know we're not playing games, right? We've already got the top guy. You're next if you don't cooperate. So you don't need to get all those guys. You don't need to get everybody. You got the top guy. You want to keep those other people there to prevent instability, to prevent collapse. You still need people there to run it, but the message has been sent.
Like and subscribe.
What you needed to do, at least initially, to get the ball rolling. So, again, as Marco laid out, could you imagine the backlash had the U.S. decided to capture all of those individuals at the same time? They would have had to do that at the same time. It would not have went as smoothly as it did, right? You may have had some American soldiers killed. You may have had more violence break out, more instability. It would have been a disaster. Clearly, this administration has learned from the mistakes of the past that we've made when it comes to doing this type of stuff, right? And that's the thing that I think people are forgetting. Like, they're not considering the possibility that, hey, maybe, just maybe, this administration has learned, right? That yes, we've made mistakes in the past, but we learn from those mistakes and we understand, okay, how to conduct these operations more efficiently and with less friction, less volatility, less fallout moving forward to the future, while at the same time getting what we want, right? That's what people got to understand about what's happening here.
Talked about not being the legitimate
So you wanted
president.
us to land in 5 other military bases?
No, I'm asking why you chose that this was the limit of the military operation. But to your point that you just made, that that Maduro was not the legitimate president.
He was the guy who was claiming to be the president.
Right. Well, the opposition.
He was the top target.
Okay. The opposition leader, Maria Corina Machado and Mundo Gonzalez, won that 2024 election by your own account. They were some of the first people you called when you were Secretary of State. You said that Mundo Gonzalez is the rightful president of Venezuela. Is that still the U.S. policy? And if so, are you working on a transition to have those elected leaders run the country?
Well, I think a couple things. I have tremendous admiration for Maria Corina Machado. I have admiration for Edmundo. We have all those views about what the election that happened the last time, and not only us, but many other countries around the world. There's that. And there's the mission we are on right now. We have been very clear from the beginning, because I still think that a lot of people analyze everything that happens in foreign policy through the lens of what happened from 2001 to 2015 or 16. The whole, foreign policy apparatus thinks everything is Libya, everything is Iraq, everything is Afghanistan. This is not the Middle East. And our mission here is very different. This is the Western Hemisphere. Within the Western Hemisphere, we have a country, potentially a very rich country, that has cozied itself up under the control of this regime, has cozied up to Iran, has cozied up to Hezbollah, has allowed narco-trafficking gangs to operate with impunity from their own territory, allows boats with drugs to traffic from their territory, and we are addressing that. And by the way, 8-9 million people in the largest mass migration event in modern history have left that country since 2014.
But that regime is still in place.
An impact on us. That is what we are addressing now.
When you spoke yesterday,
we're not just addressing the regime. We are addressing the factors that are a threat to the national interest of the United States.
Yeah, you want some attention? It's cool.
Delcy Rodriguez, who is now, according to President Trump, sworn in as the president, as the leader of Venezuela. Did she promise you that she is expelling all those American adversaries from Venezuelan territory? What exactly did she agree to do when she spoke to you?
We are going to, our objectives when it comes to how Venezuela impacts the national interest of the United States have not changed, and we want those addressed. We want drug trafficking to stop. We want no more gang members to come our way. We don't want to see the Iranian and, by the way, Cuban presence in the past. We want the oil industry in that country not to go to the benefit of pirates and adversaries of the United States, but for the benefit of the people. We want to see all of that happen. We insist on seeing that happen. And we are going to work to continue to see that happen. Well, right now, we are going to see what happens moving forward. Let me just say that. I'm not obviously going to have these conversations in the media. These are delicate and complicated things that require mature statesmanship, and that's what we intend to do. But our goals remain the same. The difference is that the person who was in charge, even though not legitimately, in the past was someone you could not work with. We just could not work with him. He is not a person that had ever kept any of the deals he made. Broke every deal he ever made a fool out of the Biden administration on the deal they made with him. And we offered him
I'm a Black American. How am I
to remove himself from the
where I'm gonna go?
Positive way. He chose not to do so.
But his
I'm born and raised in
is now
America.
running the country.
Makes no
his
sense.
number 2 is someone
Kristen.
you can work with. And
Chrissy.
is that what you're implying here? And did she tell you that she will transition to democracy and the woman who won the election along with her partner there, Maria Corina Machado.
Well, this woman doesn't have a choice, right? That's what this anchor doesn't understand, right? She's pretending as if this woman has a choice in regards to whether or not they're going to work with administration. These are silly questions. Right? Of course she's going to work with administration. It doesn't matter what she says publicly. She's going to work with administration because we have the power. We have the leverage, okay? We've already shown you what we're willing to do. If she wants to meet the same fate, then hey, she can play games, but she's going to F around and find out. It's really that simple. But again, as Marco laid out, this is not the Middle East. And I'm not saying it
So what is it then? If it's not liberation, what is it?
go wrong, right? I'm not saying there's no possibility that this can end up with a lot of
And you said my
bloodshed,
name
a lot
wrong
of
too.
violence. I'm not saying that those possibilities aren't there. But I think a lot of people got to realize that, hey, we're dealing with a different group of people here. The Venezuelans are pro-U.S., right? They're pro-Western democracy, right? They're pro our values, our faith, okay? Just our way of life. That was not the same situation in Iraq,
Libya, 6th century ain't lying.
Afghanistan. Like, they are different
Losing friends and family, yeah.
a variety of
that
reasons,
happens.
okay? They're very different situations. So, with that being said, again, that doesn't mean that there's zero possibility that this could backfire. It might. It may or may not. We don't know. But I think people who are dooming this, I don't think they're properly analyzing it from the perspective of, okay, it is much more likely that this is going to go our way than what we've done in the past. And clearly you can see from the actions of the administration that they're not approaching it the same way that we've approached things in the past, right? Like, this is not a full-scale invasion. We're not destabilizing the country. We're actually trying to do this with as less friction as possible, right? And I think that's what Rubio is clearly trying to lay out here. But in regards to this woman's question, the current president in charge, right, the VP, she doesn't have a choice but to cooperate, period.
We are going to make our assessments of people. You're asking me to make an assessment. We're going to make an assessment on the basis of what they do, not what they say publicly in the interim, not what what they've done in the past in many cases, but what they do moving forward.
Facts. And this is what I said yesterday when CNN was covering what this woman said. The woman said, bring back Nicolas Maduro immediately. She's defying Trump. And I'm like, who cares about what she says publicly? Of course she's going to say that to save face. Of course. What I care about is what she does, right? What are her actions, okay? What will she do? Okay, I don't care about what she says. What will she do? We're going to see.
So we're going to find out. You're asking me, do I know what decisions people are going to make? I don't. I do know this, that if they don't make the right decisions, the United States will retain multiple levers of leverage to ensure that our interests are protected.
Yeah.
And that includes the oil quarantine that's in place, among other things.
Well,
but we are going to judge moving forward. We're going to judge everything by what they do. And we're going to see what they do.
Okay, because yesterday President Trump said Maria Corina Machado doesn't have the support or respect within the country. And by your own admission, she walloped Nicolas Maduro in the last election. So it does sound like a decision was made. But
she wasn't on the ballot in the last election.
No, but her party was.
Edmundo was.
Yes.
Correct.
So
yeah. It was an illegitimate election. That's why he's not a legitimate president.
Right, but is there an agreement to transition to democracy?
I think what the president pointed out is the obvious. Well, I think what the point is, but there's have to be a little realism here, okay? A transition to they've had this regime, they've had this system of Chavismo in place for 15 or 16 years. And everyone's asking why 24 hours after Nicolas Maduro was arrested, there isn't an election scheduled for tomorrow? That's
no,
absurd.
I'm asking what you talked about with her.
These things take time. There's a process.
Right. And you
I'm not going to publicly get into details about any of those things other than to tell you that our expectations remain the same. And we are going to judge whoever we're interacting with moving forward by whether or not those conditions are met. Of course we want to see Venezuela transition to be a place completely different than what it looks like today. But obviously we don't have the expectation that's going to happen in the next 15 hours. What we do have an expectation is that it move in that direction. We think it's in our national interest and frankly in the interest of people of Venezuela.
The president used the word.
Yeah, so basically what he's saying about the Nobel Peace Prize lady is that, like President Trump laid out, she ain't really strong enough, right? At least not as of right now. She has not proven to be
Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for subscribing.
Venezuela
Thank you.
needs in order to move forward. And as I laid out yesterday, they need a Bukele type of figure, right? They don't need a weak leader. They don't need somebody that is going to be nice to the terrorists, right? Going to be nice to the criminals. That's going to be nice to the pro-Maduro loyalists, right? They don't need somebody like that, right? They need somebody that is going to lay down the law and operate in the best interest of the Venezuelan people, along with the United States of America, right? And we don't know if she's really that person. We don't know. She was not on the ballot in the last election, okay? So she hasn't really proven herself. I'm sure she's a nice lady. I'm sure that Venezuelans love her. But when you're talking about a delicate situation like this, the next person in charge, you can't miss, right? You can't miss. And you can't have that transition happen immediately. It has to be a process. It has to take time, and that's what people got to understand, right? That's what people got to understand. So obviously, the Venezuelan people have to choose, right? It's going to be up to them, but at the same time, I think we're going to try our best to push them in the right direction, right? The direction that we feel is best. But again, it's ultimately their choice. But again, it's in their best interest to make the correct choice, okay? And you don't want a weak person who does not have the cojones, right, literally, to, get the country back on track.
Word oil 20 times in this press conference. You talked about these tremendous oil assets that Venezuela has. But the president's last envoy to Venezuela, Elliot Abrams, is publicly arguing that you know better than the policy you're backing. He said, quote, Venezuelan plutocrats or U.S. oil executives seem to be coming to Mar-a-Lago and whispering about how easy life would be if we just made a deal with the regime once Maduro was gone. Is that what happened here?
No, that's not what happened here. What happened here is that we arrested a narco trafficker who's now going to stand trial in the United States for the crimes he's committed against our people for 15 years. And the person who helped him, of course, his wife, who was co-located with him, so she was arrested as well. That's what happened here. As far as oil, look, oil is critical, not just to fueling economies all over the world. It's critical to Venezuela's future. Their oil industry is completely destroyed. It's destroyed all those oil fields that used to produce a lot and wealth for their country and their people. Those things are decrepit. They're bankrupt. They need to be reinvested in. It's obvious. They do not have the capability to bring up that industry again. They need investment from private companies who are only going to invest under certain guarantees and conditions. That has to go to the benefit of the Venezuelan people. Right now, all of that wealth is stolen. It's stolen, and it goes into the hands of oligarchs around the world and the oligarchs inside of Venezuela. A handful of people benefit from it. The people don't benefit from it. On top of that, it's very simple, okay? In the 21st century, under the Trump administration, we are not going to have a country like Venezuela in our own hemisphere, in the sphere of control and the crossroads for Hezbollah, for Iran, and for every other malign influence in the world. That's just not going to exist.
Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, would love to keep talking to you, but I'm told you are out of time. I have to leave it there.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, he is out of time, right? He's too busy running Venezuela, right?
Hello.
To continue to play games with the mainstream of the media, right? To school them on what's going on. So, I mean, I think Marco Rubio did an amazing job. I love the fact that he's unapologetic about what we did and why we did it. It doesn't matter if we did it because of the oil. None of that matters, right? These people, they try to use that as some mechanism to guilt trip you. Oh, you only did it for the oil. You just want to plunder their resources. And it's like, again, what is better, right? What's a better outcome? What's happening right now? Socialism, all the Venezuelans poor, leaving the country, evacuating, mass migrating to other countries, destabilizing other countries because of mass migration, right? Is it better what's currently happening right now, or for a future where, yes, we get access to their oil and they have better lives, right? The Venezuelans can live happily in their own country. They can have prosperity. They can have a future. They can have, family, relationships, all the things that anybody would want out of life. They can have that, right? We get access to their oil. I think that's better. I think that's better for the Venezuelan people. What we're doing is not morally wrong, right? It's not morally wrong. And these people that are trying to use morals to guilt trip you while at the same time supporting a socialist dictator that has caused mass poverty, murder, crime, destruction, chaos, destabilization. Those people are gaslighting.
Right. Biden leading the president. He was just there. Auto pen.
What happened? And Venezuela is a country in regards to their values, their culture.
The laptop was real. They said the laptop wasn't real. Now it is real.
It's a country where this actually might work, right? And I think it is better to have hope rather than to poo-poo it. Let's see what happens. I think this administration has learned from the past, and all of their actions, everything that they're doing, indicates that they know what they're doing. Especially somebody like Marco Rubio, who understands this region. He understands what we need to do and how to do it. I trust the guy, and how he executes on this, we're going to see, right? I think really is going to determine whether or not he is somebody that will be a very, very, very strong contender to potentially become president one day, right? If this transition works out well, okay, I'm just saying, like, Rubio basically becomes that guy, right? He becomes a legend in my mind, right? So, the know what you guys think. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. Most importantly, share a Black conservative perspective. Peace.
Come through?
No, sir.
Okay, so I'm trying to text it to you to play it, and this is again. And by the way, there's a bunch of different reports. Again, shout out majorly to Delta Force when you see the amazing work they do and how low key it was going in.
You can Google the Epstein files.
By the way, do you know they've been working on this project since August? They've been working on this since August.
Rehearsing everything, right?
Since August, they've been gathering intel to know exactly how to do this, and it was officially done. Tom, I'll come to you first. What was your reaction when you saw this? The markets reacted in a very different way. Some people are saying, I cannot believe you're doing this to Venezuela. We are being involved. We shouldn't be doing this. You know, Rachel Maddow, you know, what are we doing? Why are we now running again? Trump himself, by the way, if you got the clip of Trump, is this the one where he says, come for me, you coward? Rob, is this the one? Go to play this clip. So he's instigating.
That's my favorite.
Go ahead, Rob.
Aquí no esperan Miraflores. No se tarde en llegar, cobarde.
I just got three things to say. God bless our troops. God bless America. And gentlemen, start your engine.
Don't you just love it? Don't you just love it?
If we're going to be honest, Tom, I'm going to give it to you. He requested the president to come get him. If he didn't do it, the left would complain at him. They'd be like, well, how dare you ignore a minority? You asked for it, come get it, you got it. Period.
Tom,
well, the first thing that, you know me, I break down everybody's words very carefully. And so I was listening to the general there, and he said we began layering in effects and we began disabling and dismantling the anti-aircraft systems. Supposedly Venezuela, and I dove into this a little bit, but supposedly Venezuela has the China anti-stealth technology. Well, apparently it didn't work. The layering effects they're talking about were electronic countermeasures and potentially cyber to create, as they said, the corridor for rotary wing. When you hear them say rotary wing, that's helicopters. And then disabling is cyber or other electronic means. Dismantling is, noise, where you saw the bombs and everything that were hitting any aircraft targets and hitting also their radar installations. And so this was, the layer effects was just tremendous. The more I read about this, and the more you sat back, is that the mainstream media has got a defense analyst out there. I know CNBC has one, but they didn't talk about it. I'm reading secondary, tertiary sources like Jane's on armament and everything to say just how amazing it was to go in there, shut everything down. They call it closing their eyes. They say, okay, close their eyes. And that's radar and everything. So that was number one that kind of was very inspiring to me, the way Delta Force did it so well, and the technology that was underneath there that creates this whole...
Big difference. Meanwhile, this is how the Venezuelans really feel.
know what's funny about this and what's just crazy about this whole thing is there is a small majority of Americans that are literally protesting out on the street, protesting the strikes and the capturing of a literal dictator, all while a large majority of the Venezuelan people are
overwhelming multi-layer effect. And what was really good that was preserved was the people that Maduro doesn't care about, his own citizens. His own citizens could have been in the middle of a firefight, could have been secondary casualties, but they weren't. They got in, they got their target, got out. The other thing I found very interesting as I went to the political side is it was not lost on me that the rest of the world is upset because they lost a Marxist country and they lost a Marxist leader. That's on the side of the globalists that want the socialist Marxists. They lost one of their guys.
That's Venezuela celebrating. How's that monkey noise or donkey noise? That's crazy. Y'all funny.
Protesters in America, put Maduro back. Put Maduro back. They just took an L. Marxism took an L. They lost one of their guys. Think of it as a monopoly board. They just lost one of their key properties. And
there's a couple clips now.
Those are the two things that I was thinking.
Good point. So there's a couple clips of people being asked who are there for protesting. And I have no clue what to say. But before we go there, Rob, let's go on the clips that you have for the president. Let's start off with this one. You want to the other one, Robin, and Adam, and I'll come to you guys. Go for it.
Maduro in the dead of night. It was dark. The lights of Caracas were largely turned off due to a certain expertise that we have.
Thanks, Max. Thanks, Max.
Layman's terms. By the way, go back. I cannot listen. I have so much respect for people that can hold it together.
JG, thanks for joining in.
It takes every single one of his abdominal muscles to not laugh right there. Marco Rubio, look at his face. Go back 5 seconds, Rob. Go back, but we have these lights we can turn off. Look at Rubio's face. You know he's looking at friends, and he's getting ready to crack a first play, Rob. Look at it. Look, you looked at somebody that he wants to laugh. He's over.
If God hated Trump, why Trump didn't get taken out?
It was dark.
Tried it twice.
Okay. So listen, we got to give props to him. We have to give props. Okay, so here's him on the phone. Go ahead, Rob.
Yeah, they trying their best. Get aroused. It's cool.
Went out there last night, the courage they had, going into an area where, all the lights were turned off. We turned off
Like and subscribe.
all of the lights in Caracas. I mean, this thing was so organized.
Thank
they
you.
go into a dark space with machine guns facing them all over the place. And then you hear from a guy that I'd never even heard of him. But you hear from some congressman saying, oh, this is so terrible. We're saving lives. And by the way, the boats, every boat, because that's sort of related to this, every boat that we hit saves 25,000 lives.
I love it. I love how it's being broken down into what they're talking about. Every boat we hit saves 25,000 lives. And by the way, here's some of the protesters. Okay, so check this out. Let's show some of the protesters on how they're reacting to this. Go ahead, Rob. I love this.
Yeah, they should.
I'm organized with the Revolutionary Communists of America. We're out here to say hands off Venezuela. And we unequivocally stand with the people of Venezuela against U.S. imperialist aggression.
What do you think about the people of Venezuela celebrating on the streets?
What?
What do you think about the people of Venezuela celebrating on the streets today?
I saw images of Venezuelans being bombed after the U.S., bombed Caracas. So I'm not sure what you're talking about, but yeah, I think you should definitely
show me the bombings that you're talking about. I didn't see.
I don't know. I just saw it on Reddit. It was on the front page of
Reddit. But what do you think about the people celebrating? The hundreds of thousands of people that are in the streets celebrating?
I have yet to see. Can you show me that?
Yeah, sure. People celebrating on the streets. What do you think about that?
I mean, at the end of the day, I stand with the people of Venezuela against U.S. imperialism. The U.S. has no right to bomb the people of Venezuela. The U.S. has no right to another.
Go to the other one, Robert. Yeah, the other kid. There's another one that's very funny. The other one I sent you as well. Not that one. There's one. That's the one right there. Go ahead. Watch this one.
What do you know about Nicolas Maduro?
I don't know much, bro. I don't know, fool. But here with Central CSO, and we fight against all this.
Thanks, Silent Assassin.
With like with Trump,
Thanks for subscribing. Thank you.
ICE, police brutality. So we're just here in support of all that.
Just make a list. What does Maduro have to do with all that?
I don't see it, bro. The Dodgers.
I mean, it makes sense. You know, Nicolas Maduro is responsible for almost 8 million people leaving Venezuela, like a quarter of their population over the last decade. I mean, he's contributed a lot, right?
Take that hat. But you're supporting. You know what I mean?
Yeah, go Nicolas Maduro. Can we do that? Let's do it. Go. No?
He realized by
They need a donut down.
Well, last year we talked about signal
You need a
versus
Slim
noise, and I
Fast.
think the noise of the left is falling on deaf ears. Nobody cares. You know what the signal is? The people of Venezuela. Okay, I have yet to see one Venezuelan, Tommy, one, be like, what are they doing? It's all leftists, white liberal women, and people that are getting paid to do it. And by the way, this noise is paid for by the enemy. Okay, the hands-off Venezuela protest that was happening in New York supporting Maduro was organized by the People's Forum. That's an NGO that received over $20 million from a billionaire who lives in China, FYI, with ties to the CCP. The NGO's primary funding is from Neville Roy Singham. Singham's residence is in Shanghai. His business ties are with the CCP. He attends CCP-related events, and he funds media outlets echoing Chinese state narrative. None of these people know what they're there for. All their signs are bought and paid for. It's the same as the No Kings. It's the same as all that paid and inorganic protesting. It's all horse crap. And the most important, I think, is with everything that happened, China, we talked about this before, was visiting. While this was happening, the day before, Maduro met with Xu Xinqi, I can't even say the name, representative of the Chinese government on Latin American affairs at the Miraflores Palace, where he asked Trump to go come get him. Maduro said, I had a pleasant meeting with this guy, special envoy to President Xi Jinping. We reaffirmed our commitment to strategic relationship that is progressing and strengthening in various areas for building multipolar world and development of peace. Okay, let's not play games. China is our biggest threat. They're not an adversary. They are our enemy. Look what they did with COVID, zero accountability, and they're laughing in our faces, okay? We have to deal with that.
Right, people still wearing diapers on their face.
If not, what's to stop them from doing another COVID or a
15
cyber attack
booster
and all that
shots.
stuff?
That's crazy. Pure blood, baby. Pure
The
blood.
drugs and all that stuff is a cherry on top, but I think this strategic thing with China, Russia, it's such a great move that I think that he did, because now it's ours, okay? And guess what? Yes, we're going to get money from the oil. Good. They're going to make money as well. But why is China and Russia over there? Stay on your own side of the hemisphere. We don't want you, Adam. If you think about it, why are they here? Why are they letting them get close? This is a great move, I think, by President Trump. And if I hear one more person go, we're going to war. He did this attack was in 1 hour.
60,000 views. Almost at 500 subscribers. Trying to get up there. 60,000 views. Wow.
America is back. We're back, Adam.
Well,
Appreciate you guys, man. Thank you so much. Happy New Year's.
Delta Force. Wow, we are some gangsters out there. So I'm from Miami. I have so many Venezuelan friends. They're such amazing people. So the happiest people.
Come on, you
in the world
guys, with the
today,
subscribing. 60,000 views.
second to that are the Cubans. who
Come with the
understand
subscribing.
struggle
Come with the
of
likes.
Venezuelans.
Appreciate it.
The cheering going on in Miami, all over Miami, all weekend was profound. This is the biggest on the street protest parade excitement since 2021, when there was the Libertad Free Cuba movement. 2021. Since then, the biggest parades since Fidel Castro died in 2016. Because the people of Miami who had to flee socialism,
Thank you. Happy New Year's.
understand. Juxtapose that with insane white liberals cheering for Maduro. Imagine how far your head has have to be up your ass to be cheering against Donald Trump, against the Venezuelan people, cheering for Maduro. These are the people that shout, no kings. These are autocrats that have hijacked countries like Venezuela, like Cuba, like Iran, and the people of their country want freedom, libertad. So shout out to Trump, shout out to Pete Hegseth, shout out to Marco Rubio, and major respect
By the way,
to the Venezuelan people.
You know how bad it is with Anna Navarro, who hates Trump. I mean, there's certain people you can tell that literally that cannot stand a person. She would be on that list. But look what she had to do. It was so tough for her to do it that even her dog in the background was upset, saying, please don't do it. Okay? Watch her here giving praise to the president. Go for it.
Today, for me is a good day because Maduro is out. He is a son of a bitch. I hope this sends a message to the other sons of bitches in the region. You may disagree with the way Trump did it, but it's done. There's no way it was going to end any other way, because once he started bombing boats, and we've bombed boats and alleged drug boats and killed over 115 people. I think Trump thought getting rid of Maduro was going to be easy, and Maduro was going to scare easily. He didn't. It took him doing this. So yeah, he did it without congressional authorization. This was an act of war. All of these things, but it's now done. I think it doesn't escalate from here because the objective of this was to get Maduro out. So
anyway, while you're seeing that, I just wanted to show that. But you know what's my favorite clip out of all of them? What is it? Can I tell you what's my favorite clip out of all of them? Because you realize the president said they're running the show right now through the vice president that became the president, who was acting all tough on TV. But behind closed doors, she's following order, and Trump said, I think she is. This reporter here that Marco Rubio goes on, she's asking the question, saying, how come you didn't get more people?
Yeah, they're eventually want to plan out no matter what.
And just watch, this is why Rubio to me is slowly becoming the number one draft pick for 2028 election for president. I just want you to see this. Go ahead, Rob. Please play this clip.
Curious, because you just described the regime as still in place, essentially. I mean, I'm curious why the Trump administration decided to leave it intact and only arrest Nicolas Maduro and his wife, the person who controls the police, the chief thug, Cabello. He's the interior minister. He's been indicted by the United States. He was in that indictment the administration released. He's a narco terrorist. There's a $25 million price on his head. He's still in place. The defense minister, who has deep ties to Russia, $15 million price on his head. He is still in place. I'm confused. Are they still wanted by the United States? Why didn't you arrest them if you are taking out the narco terrorist regime?
You're confused?
Damn.
I don't know why that's confusing.
They're still in power.
We're not going to go in and wrap up. But you're going to go in and suck up 5 people. They're already complaining about this one operation. Imagine the howls we would have from everybody else if we actually had to go and stay there 4
Almost
days
at 500.
and capture 4 other people. We got the top priority. The number one person on the list was the guy who claimed to be the president of the country. He was not, and he was arrested along with his wife, who was also indicted. And that was a pretty sophisticated and frankly complicated operation.
It was.
It is not easy to land helicopters in the middle of the largest military base in the country. The guy lived on a military base. Land within 3 minutes, kick down his door, grab him, put him in handcuffs, read him his rights, put him in a helicopter, and leave the country without losing any American or any American assets. That's not an easy mission. And you're asking me, why didn't we do that in 5 other places at the same time? I mean, that's absurd. I do think this is one of the most, daring, complicated, sophisticated missions this country has carried out in a very long time. Tremendous credit to the U.S. military personnel who did it. It was unbelievable. And tremendous success. And today, an indicted drug trafficker who was not the legitimate president of Venezuela, who we don't recognize, the Biden administration didn't recognize, 60-something countries don't recognize, the European Union doesn't recognize, and many countries in Latin America don't recognize. He was an indicted drug trafficker. He was arrested. His wife was arrested.
Right, but the others who are also indicted are still. But the others who are also indicted are still in place. So. That's the point of my questioning there. But you talked about not being the legitimate president.
So you wanted us to land in 5 other military bases?
No, I'm asking why you chose that this was the limit of the military operation.
The limit?
But to your point that you just made, that Maduro was not a legitimate president.
He was the guy who was claiming to be the president.
Right. Well, I'm curious.
Is this not...
Does she think the U.S. military is Superman or Batman or Spider-Man? What planet are you living on?
There's no way.
You can't just give praise to the U.S. military. It's a Delta Force saying, wow, what an unbelievable operation. Why didn't you take out every single bad guy in the world? Because that's not how life works.
She got up in the morning, took a shower, slipped and fell, hit her head, and woke up as Lindsey Graham. So it's like, why didn't you get more people? Why didn't you attack more things?
Thank
To
you.
me, the irony here is you have a liberal media outlet and the mainstream media actually calling for more military intervention.
Weird. No matter which way you put it, this is the best thing. The hypocrisy that is seeping from the left right now. Okay, so we're going to object to anything that Trump does. Okay, so now you're defending Maduro? Yeah. Now you want more escalation? You're criticizing what he did in Iran, so now you want the Ayatollah balance? This is the hypocrisy that's happening there. Trump can cancel your income taxes, and leftists will be like, I want to pay taxes.
They're going to complain.
It's so stupid.
And what about hypocrisy? Bush and Obama spent $3 trillion. I'm going to say that again. $3 trillion on the wars. 100,000 troops to Afghanistan. We lost almost 2,500 United States military soldiers fighting the damn Taliban. And the whole time, Osama bin Laden was in Pakistan. Okay, wrap your head. And congressional approval. How many strikes happened under Biden with no congressional approval? Do you guys know? Ready for this? 165 strikes. 85 in Iraq and Syria. 10 in Syria and Iraq combined. 70 in Yemen. Okay.
Yemen.
The same with Obama. Obama killed Osama bin Laden. Zero congressional approval.
And George W. Bush got congressional approval and invaded Iraq.
Retarded. He and Obama invited Libya, killed Gaddafi, no approval. In 2016, Rob, you have that chart? How many bombs did this guy drop? Mr. Black Jesus, how many? 26,171 bombs in 1 year. So when I say I love that you came with the signal versus noise, nobody's hearing your noise on the left. Nobody cares. Who the hell gives a damn what Harry Sisson thinks about this whole geopolitical stage? Nobody gives a damn, all right? And Pat, I got the chart.
And Obama killed a U.S. citizen abroad and knew that he was going to do it.
Yeah, 1,000%. Pat, did you see the chart about Poland and Venezuela? Look at it. Go to that chart, Robbie. Keep going.
Was this the change in fortunes?
Yeah, look at this chart, Pat. Did you see this? Zoom in, Robbie. Venezuela, per capita country's gross domestic product divided by population. Look at that. And go back up. Once they become socialists, look what happened. Once Poland said, no, we're not going to do it, look at what happened. Isn't that weird?
Poland versus Venezuela. Who would have ever thought this?
Who would have thought? But I have a different angle. I want to see what you guys think about this. Immediately, when the bombing happened, immediately on the 3rd, right after, Trump started posting stuff on Truth Social about the 2020 election and Dominion. Okay, and one of them was, Robbie, I think is one of these. Robbie, Pat, look at this. This was a Venezuelan
Black Mega said. Who said?
Confirmed the CIA outsourced election rigging technology.
Nobody said over here.
And Dominion from Venezuela. Okay, so maybe, just maybe, all right, Trump and Maduro, this is just allegedly, maybe, whatever. They made a deal. Maduro says, okay, I'll let you guys capture me. In return, I'm going to drop dime on every single one of the voting, cheating thing that happened in 2020. Okay, and if you remember, Pat, Lou Dobbs in 2006 had a whole thing, I'm not going to have Rob play it, about cheating at him and all that stuff. And then Sidney Powell, Robbie, can you play the one on Sidney Powell? She's been talking about this for years. She got in trouble and everything. Listen what she talks about.
Way to put forth all the evidence we have collected on Dominion, starting with the fact it was created to produce altered voting results in Venezuela for Hugo Chavez, and then shipped internationally to manipulate votes for purchase in other countries, including this one. It was funded by money from Venezuela and Cuba.
Whereas more Clinton files or anything. Clinton with the blue dress on with high heels.
Evidence. We have staggering testimony from witnesses, including one who was personally in the briefings.
I'm just saying,
all of this.
You never know what's going to come out of it. Trump, every time I think I know what he's doing, there's always something underneath it that he's doing. By the way, and people want to talk about affordability. Is this oil that we're going to get? Is that going to help the affordability of the United States? Are we going to get
so you know what I love about there's
another thank you
about Rubio, Western Hemisphere, which I think was brilliant. That both he and Trump said. They said, "Wait a minute, what are you talking about?" So the oil that China and Russia and Iran are coming to take. This is on the west. That's the one right there, Rob. This is on the Western Hemisphere. No, you're not.
Y'all keep mentioning Epstein files, but they try to assassinate Trump twice, put the man in jail. So the Epstein file be the thing to get him not to be elected or ruin his name or anything. Biden could have been done it. Obama could have been done it.
Well, we don't need to. The first of all, let me go back up. We don't need Venezuela's oil. We have plenty of oil in the United States. What we're not going to allow is for the oil industry.
That's crazy. They try to kill this man. You're talking about a file, an Epstein file.
You have to understand, why does China
assassination?
Why does Russia
Epstein
need their
files.
oil? Why does
Stop
Iran need their oil? They're not even in this continent. This is the Western Hemisphere. This is where we live. And we're not going to allow the Western Hemisphere to be a base of operation for adversaries, competitors, and rivals of the United States.
As specific oil companies?
We also want to see that oil and the proceeds from it. Hold on. We want to see the oil proceeds of that country benefit the people of Venezuela. Why have 8 million people left Venezuela? 8 million, the single largest mass migration probably in modern history, left Venezuela since 2014 because all the wealth of that country was stolen to the benefit of Maduro and his cronies in the regime, but not to the benefit of people of Venezuela. You know how destabilizing 8 million migrants is? The number one fear that Brazil has, that Colombia has, that all these countries in the region have about what's happening in Venezuela and our involvement is they're afraid of another mass migration event. That's what they fear. This is deeply destabilizing stuff. It's not going to continue to happen. They are not going to come from outside of our hemisphere, destabilize our region in our own backyard, and us have to pay the price for it. Not under President Trump.
I got this.
Like the same thing with Letitia James. She wanted Trump property, yet she got property fraud going on.
Do you understand what hegemony means? Hegemony means you run the world. So, what do you think that Russia, Iran, and
Fannie
China
Willis.
are doing?
They said the election wasn't stolen, but yet the election was stolen.
Big booty Latinas? No. They're interested in the oil that comes from Venezuela, which has the largest reserve oil in the world. So we need to start acting like
Everything Trump supposed to have done, they doing it.
over the world. Do you want to
Or
live in
even
a world
worse.
where China runs the world, or in a world where the United States run the world? That's what this all comes down to. Do you want U.S. running the world or China running the world? Look at who's praising the actions with Maduro. Look who's looking out for the people of Maduro. Iran made a statement. Russia made a statement. China made a statement. Cuba made a statement. These are all enemies of the United States.
Yeah, but there's another thing that's brewing here behind closed doors, which is very, very weird. You're making
the Monroe Doctrine, which they talked about. If I could just say this, Monroe Doctrine is this. James Monroe said basically U.S. runs the Western Hemisphere. Now he said that before we had nuclear weapons. I'm not old enough to remember this. Tom, you might know this. There was something called the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1960 some whatever. Okay, so when JFK was president, so. Why were we so against Cuba having missiles? Because they're 90 miles off the coast of Miami. Correct. Why do we want these foreign adversaries, enemies you may call them, having access to a country on our hemisphere where they can set up camp and attack the United States? Nope. To me, this is sending a message. Yep. We're not playing around. Yes. This is grown-up stuff. You might not like Trump interfering. Wow. He gets in, he gets out. He takes out Maduro. He removes the nuclear capabilities of Iran. He gets in and out. Soleimani, in and out. He's not starting foreign wars. The whole argument that Trump's starting foreign wars. What foreign war? You're making them. He's in, he's out, he's positioned.
Yeah, but this is, again, yes, I saw the whole thing with China, with, who's responding to, oh my God, what's going on? Who's criticizing it, right? This one is mainly to the far right, the woke right.
Ultra MAGA, baby. Ultra.
They said, I didn't vote for this.
Like and subscribe.
I didn't vote for this. You didn't vote for what? I didn't vote for war. What war? The guy at the top, he voted for war. Big change. Okay? Iraq has oil, weapons of mass destruction, need 8 years, 500,000 troops, and $2 trillion. The guy at the bottom is like, no. Venezuela has oil, but all we need is 3 hours and a few helicopters to go do it properly. Remember the criticism when Biden got elected and the way we left Afghanistan? Now you realize how lack of precision that was directed with the way Biden did it. Imagine if Trump was leaving Afghanistan, what things would have happened. These are things that people have to pay very, very close attention to when they see how he's doing it under his watch, under his regime. Yes, now let's talk about the other side. Let's play devil's advocate a little bit. What's the devil's advocate? Rubio said this has got nothing to do about oil. We have all the oil in the world. Yeah, we're probably producing the most oil in the world. If you pull up the chart, Rob, on X, on how much oil we produce against all the other countries in the world, yeah, we're definitely producing a lot. But the reserves, Venezuela's number one, more than Saudi. So let's not get it twisted. They got oil, they got gold, look at that right there. Look at that right there, where we were at. Saudi, looking from 1900, move forward, look at Saudi. Saudi's been dominating for God knows how long, and then they dropped off from 1970 down to 2010. Saudi is, that's Saudi right there, yeah. U.S. was doing the most, and then we dropped off a little bit from 70 to 2010, and then Saudi kept getting going, and then U.S. is all the way to the top, right? And by the way, even if you look at producing, look at what Venezuela is doing. You don't see Venezuela there, right on that list. So yes, it's strategic. Yes, it could be because the gold. Yes, it could be a lot of different things. Now, here's the question. The question becomes who's next? Because Claudia Sheinbaum calls the UN and says, hey, maybe we need to step in because this is getting a little bit out of control. Okay, Claudia Sheinbaum, Mexican president. Why is she calling the UN? Because Trump broke Article 2 of the Charter of the United Nations. So she is worried about what could happen now. She's speaking on her behalf or the cartel. No one knows. What's Cuba thinking right now? What's Iran thinking right now? What are a lot of countries? What is Colombia thinking right now? The president was asked about Colombia because remember what the Colombia said to the president. If something happens, we'll take him out. Remember when the Colombian president will take him out?
Put me in your little orange pajamas.
That's right. No way. He said, we'll take him out. Right? Rob, do you have that clip when he said, we'll take him out? There's a clip, Petra. Just put Petra, take him out on X. Petra, take him out. A couple months ago. And I said, there's no way you can talk like that about another person. That's the interview right there. Look what he says here. Fast forward, Rob, if you can, to the last 30 seconds. Right there. From right there is fine. Go ahead. Watch this.
Negociación posible para los millones de colombianos que dependen de esos empleos. La humanidad tiene una primera salida y es cambiar a Trump.
It's to change Trump.
De diversas maneras.
Various ways.
Puede ser por el
easiest way.
La más fácil. Si no, saca la cambia.
Oh, really? Okay. Tough guy. All right, so here's the president. Go for it.
Colombian President Gustavo Petro, a couple weeks ago, he said he's got to watch his ass. Today, he said he's not concerned about anything happening to him in the aftermath of this operation. So, what your message is about that?
He has cocaine mills. He has factories where he makes cocaine. And yeah, I think I stick by my first statement. He's making cocaine. They're sending it into the United States. So he does have to watch his ass.
So you're seeing this. By the way, look at the president's energy. You know what is the best about how he's speaking right now? Zero emotion. Flow state. It's not even flow state. It's zero emotion. He used to like when he had to win everybody over, he was so animated, so energized, loud, fighting. Today, nothing. Yes, here's what we're doing. He is the coldest I've ever seen him be. He is as ice cold as ever before. But the reality of it is, what do you think Petro is doing right now? What do you think?
Right, this is what I voted for. Ultra MAGA, baby.
What do you think Cuba's
Happy Monday. Like and subscribe.
Iran's thinking about right now? If we want to go into Iran, this next story here,
they're all on notice, Pat.
They're all on notice. But if you want to go to Iran next, so here's what is taking place in Iran. By the way, the count now of protesters getting killed in Iran, the report says 16, some say 20, some say a lot more than that, but they are not slowing down with what's taking place with Iran. Khamenei, Rob, if you want to pull up his tweet, I'm so proud of Rob. Now he knows how to, type out Khamenei. Like
16, thanks for coming in. Thank you.
We're getting so much better in spelling right now.
So much spit on his
Look at this here.
Khamenei.
He says, we will bring the enemy to
Like and subscribe. Thank you.
I love what you responded, Pat. What
he will not give in to the enemy, Rob, if you want to go on Twitter. So he's saying this, right? Acting all tough. And I responded to the guy and I said, let me see what I said to him. I don't know, somewhere there, Rob, if you can't find it, it's fine. Is it right there? Yeah, you are, he says, we will bring the enemy to the knees. And I said, you are the enemy of your people, right? What he's got going on to Iran. And then reports have it that he is on the run. Reports have it that he is allegedly going to Russia to hide. Oh, weird. Okay? He is going to Russia to hide.
Really?
And yeah, that's alleged reports. If you type in, is the report in here, Rob, or you don't have it here?
I don't believe it's in there.
Okay, so why don't you just go out on Google and type in Khomeini, Russia, Khamenei, there you go. Ayatollah Khamenei plans to flee to Moscow. This is the Times. If Iran unrest intensifies, the Republic Supreme Leader has plotted an exit route out of Tehran should his forces fail to quell dissent. And intelligence report reveals, go a little bit lower, Rob. Khamenei has a backup plan to flee the country should his forces fail. 86 years old, plans to escape Tehran with a close circle of up to 28 and family should he see that the army...
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Almost at 500. Amazing. Thank you.
For Khamenei and his very close circle of associates and family, including his son and nominated heir apparent Mojtaba, an intelligence source, Ben Sabti, who served for decades for Israeli intelligence after fleeing the regime after 8 years after Islamic Revolution, told the Times that Khamenei would flee to Moscow and there's no other place for him. Where else is he going to go? Well, what other place is he going to go? China may not even want the guy. He's got to go to Moscow because Moscow's the place that Russia owes him. Because Iran's been selling him so many drones that they're like, oh, I'm your number one customer. Listen, then I'm going to come and stay over there and feel safe about it. So Iran's not looking too good. And the chaos is continuing. I'm trying to see which video it's trying to go to. Tom, I'll come to you on this because you look like you have some thoughts. Go for it.
Well, excuse me. I actually have a question for you based on history. Didn't Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini, right? If I said that correctly, I have to identify him. Wasn't he exiled in France before?
Thank you guys so much, man. Wow.
So we've kind of seen this playbook before, right?
Amazing.
They escape and go someplace, and then they wait until maybe it's safe to come back. It's like we've seen this history before, but it doesn't look like this time the Iranian people are having it.
The only difference is the first time Khomeini went to France, he was in his 50s, if not 60s. This guy's 86 years old. His time is up. So it's not really him that we're worried about. It's his son that could be the replacement. That's right. Yeah. So the whole thing that his son is the one that right now the wealth is probably going to go to, and a lot of people right now are fighting to see who gets it. It's like the Game of Thrones. Okay. It's like the Game of Thrones. It really is. Oh my God! It's like
Right, Maduro was voted out, and he stayed in power. That was bullshit.
They're all fighting for it, right? Which son is going to be in the power? But with Iran, Rob, do you have that clip? The one clip over here that says Iran's Khamenei lashes out at protesters at nationwide anti-regime unrest grows. Do you have that one clip from page 16? Do you know which one I'm talking about?
Yep. It's unfortunately, I believe it's him.
Watch this.
اجاز اما اعتراض غیر
Rob, please.
ما با معترض حرف میزنیم باید حرف بزنن مسئولین.
Pause it right there. I thought it was the translation.
What he said? He said he wants to talk.
No. Half percent. Yeah,
I have a translated version of it. I don't know, but it's AI, so I don't know how good it's going to be.
Go for it.
Okay, Joe.
But this day is different from riots. We need to prune our hair after we prune it. It is useful to be disturbed by spam. Put the troublemaker
Thank
in
you,
her place.
Paul.
Put the troublemaker in his place.
Thank you guys, man.
The eruption
Appreciate
of the
it.
century to the east of Harry. For rent, me luxury, Simjam and Rakesh are the beginning centers. This is a certain amount of money. Beyond the destruction of the body of the country of Pashtisar, let the faithful and healthy and Anglos be free from Itrazuns and fight from the basket. Sloan is not acceptable before. You can't destroy the enemy's work by knowing the enemy's name, not by any means from the basket. Here Dina Mivardises, from Kisan, from Swata, from Bait, the CD Nemo. The most important thing is that when a person is an enemy, he is a creditor. Do you impose something on the drawer, on the Muslims, on the government, on the nation?
Yeah.
With your people cover the whole 20 in front of you.
He's 86. He's 86 years old. He's done. He's 86 years old. But it's not him that you're worried about. It's his son.
Right, there's no troops on the ground.
And right now,
They keep telling y'all that.
over there's stories about it. Here's a story from The Guardian. No future for us.
Thank you, Victor.
The Iranians say it's now or never to topple the regime. A sudden nosedive in the value of Iran's currency was the final blow to the population growing tired of being patient under an ailing economy. Protesters soon began in Iran and spread, kicking off the country's biggest protest in years.
Appreciate it.
At least 10, now it's 20 people killed. Despite my mother's fears, I joined in. Oh my God, you have to see this video. Rob, do you have this video of the son crying, pleading? Oh, you have, folks. I'm going to send this to you, Rob, if you have it.
This one right here?
Let me see. That's the one. Ravini, watch this. You have to watch this. Go for it. Don't go. Why should I go?
They don't want to see. They want to stay blinded. That's crazy.
Like a dog from morning to night. Like a dog. Can't be done. I have nothing left to lose. My parents are falling apart before my eyes. I can't do a damn thing. My mother wished that we could marry. I wish they would wrap me in a blanket tomorrow and bury me. Why shouldn't I go? Let me go. He said sleep with a guilty conscience at night. Let me go that if my child asks me what did you do, I won't say I couldn't do anything. I just got the chills all over. Every night the thought that it gets too late to act. Why shouldn't I go? It's way too late. We've been doing so much. Let it up to you. I can't. If you join me, you'll appreciate it. And if you don't want to come, just don't forget me. Are you kidding me? Are you seeing where it's gotten to in Iran?
When I hear people, and we're all going to hear the same noise over and over and over, they have no idea what the hell they're talking about. Okay, they're just sitting here talking crap, and they don't understand. By the way, first of all, I am so proud. It's come to a point of that. Okay, and then when people are like, "Oh, Israel and America," shut up. Okay, do you understand what it's like to be ruled by these people? Okay, like first of all, you got to cover your face, ladies, or they'll beat your ass in the head and kill you. Remember that girl? I forgot her name. It was just hanging off her head. They beat her ass to death. Okay, if you're a protester, they will find you and they will kill your ass. Okay, public hangings. Women are worth half of a man in court. So when I hear these liberal women talking about that, you're not even worth half of a man in Iran, okay? Homosexuality, they're throwing your ass off of buildings. Girls can be married as young as 9. And I know liberals, you guys are okay with that because all your transgender and all your... You guys
Nasty bastards.
About children, but enough. Nobody gives a damn about your... America. They're doing it on their own organically, but they're going to need help. They're going to need help. And I'm telling you right now, good for them. I'm so freaking happy for the people because I think that it's not going back from here. From this point on, Adam, it's not. You can't undo it. The citizens now have guns. They're firebombing places that are of the military. There's no turning back now. They're done, and I'm proud of them. Good for them.
Right, huge. They celebrating over there in Venezuela, but online in America, they crying and tripping.
Yes, IRGC.
Not all the
Makes no
IRGC,
sense, man.
they have the equivalent of a National Guard.
They fighting over a dictator, but keep saying Trump, no
These
king.
guys did not show up in the numbers that were dispatched.
Good.
And that did not, because you go back 10 years ago, they would, help me with my history here, Pat, they would just fire into the crowd.
They drove over with trucks.
There would have been a couple hundred casualties when you have 10,000 citizens out there protesting, but we're still counting casualties, which are tragic, in tens. We're not counting them in hundreds. And what's interesting to me is that when you hear that the military doesn't show up, that is usually, historically speaking, one of the big signs when the government can't get the military to do it.
Man, I'm on it.
In the military are usually saying enough to the government they serve.
Awesome. So that video of that young man basically pleading with his mother, I have to go protest. I have to go protest. Number one, salute to him. But the question is, how many more young men feel exactly like that? My guess is it's millions. Imagine your mother saying, don't go. I don't want you to lose your life. He says, I have to. What am I going to tell my children? That I stayed at home? I have so much respect for the people of Iran. Not just because of my CEO and boss and friend PBD right here, just because I know a lot of Persians in this country and beyond who want more than anything a free Iran. So if we think that we're seeing amazing protests in Venezuela, if we're seeing amazing protests when Syria's liberated, I can't wait to see the parades that happen in Tehran, Iran, when the Ayatollah falls and the people of Iran can be free. It's coming. It's inevitable. The momentum is there. And I feel like whether it's now, whether it's next year, the time is now. The MLK famously said the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends toward justice. 46 years have been living under this oppression.
Thank you.
Oppression. How long has Venezuela been dealing with this? 25 years? almost double what's going on in Iran. And you know who the Ayatollah fears the most? His own people. And they're coming for him. He's hiding. And he might be fleeing. We're going to see what's happening there.
Yeah, Fox News, that's not the view. That's funny.
Inflation is rampant. The economy is plummeting. They're focusing on nuclear weapons and funding terrorism rather than feeding their people and providing them with drinking water. His time's up.
By the way, if you want to play this clip, Khomeini has advice for you. This is a speech he gave in 1979, Iranian people. Advice from Khomeini. Ruhollah Khomeini, one of the top 5 most powerful figures in Islamic religion. If you play this, they won't understand.
Sorry about that.
Up top. So, Rob, if you can get out of it and then play it while having that. So, in this speech, this is somewhere around October of 79-ish when he's giving the speech to the Iraqi people. But we can turn this message around and play it for the Iranian people. Go ahead, Rob, play the clip. What he's saying here is blow up places that belong to the government, paralyze its economy. Don't pay taxes to it. Don't pay for water and electricity. Don't give it the other things it wants. Hold demonstrations. I know that everyone has a bleeding heart from this regime. Stab it in the back. Go on strike. It cannot stand against the nation. Pause it. Khomeini is giving you that advice. Khomeini is giving you that advice. Okay? So if Khomeini is giving that advice to a regime that's destroying its people, flip it and do it to that, to what do you call it? To that government right now in Iran that's doing it to you. The level of bravery and courage that is taking place with these guys, it's absolutely insane. So many people all weekend, oh my God, why can't you just get behind Reza Pahlavi? And why can't you just do this? And why can't you just do that? I don't know how many clips you guys have. Iranians are starting to finally share and say,
all liberals and Democrats does that. They can't stick to one subject.
Here's what Reza Pahlavi said.
It's
All
too
your
hard for them.
Iranians that are so, infatuated and you have this romance, like, oh, but you don't understand. Here's what Reza Pahlavi said. Why don't you take his word for it, Rob? I just sent you the clip. It's all over X. And I have multiple clips like this to ask him, do you want to go back to Iran? No. Do you want to take your family back? No. He has said it now, and it's all over the place. And you guys are still romanticizing with this. Watch this clip. Go ahead, Rob.
I keep asking one question. Whether or not I'm going to take my family back there. Because in a way you are thinking whether or not you can take your family back there. We would all like to be able to go back home and be able to live there if possible. And I see the real success that we can keep flowing and going back and forth. We don't have to be pinned in one place. We cannot divest because honestly, my life has been for the past 40 years here in America. My children live here. My friends live here. Everybody that I know is here. So
it's almost unfair to them.
If I was to go back, what do I go back to? But you keep asking one question.
If I go back to Iran, his line, what do I go back?
You're going to be so proud of your country if I get in. You're going to be so proud of your president, and I don't care about that. But you are going to be so proud of your country because we're going to turn it around and we're going to start winning again. We're going to win so much. We're going to win at every level. We're going to win economically. We're going to win with the economy. We're going to win with military. We're going to win with healthcare and for our veterans. We're going to win with every single facet. We're going to win so much, you may even get tired of winning. And you'll say, please, please, it's too much winning. We can't take it anymore. Mr. President, it's too much. And I'll say, no, it isn't. We have to keep winning. We have to win more. We're going to win more. We're going to win so much. I love you, Albany. Get out and vote. You will be so happy.
Do you know what's the criticism he's gotten over the weekend? Over the week? While this is happening? Where are you? People are saying he was on vacation.
Like and subscribe.
Rob, I'm
Thank
gonna send
you.
this clip here. I don't know if you want to accept it on your phone too. If it's not coming through, I can text it to you as well. He doesn't want the job, and all this, chanting. You guys better find another person. He can play a very important role. I hope he does.
Like and subscribe. Thank you. Happy Happy Mac, thank
it's
you.
not letting you Rob to come through. Okay, it's all good. I'll try to text it to you. You play it, and this is again from your guy that you guys want, who doesn't want the job. I said something last Friday night on the podcast. I said, I'm going to post it on X and direct it at him. Probably I'm going to post it right after this and say, a question for you, Reza Pahlavi, a message for Reza Pahlavi, and then see what the audience will say about it. Rob, are you getting the text or no?
I just came through.
Okay. So if you look at this video, this is from the other conversation that we had together. Very point blank question. Do you want this job? Do you want to go back and be the CEO? He says no. And by the way, for the people that are judging, there's three people in that community. Those of you guys that are judging, those of you guys that are celebrating. Rob, it's not come through yet. Okay, I just sent it to you in the video. It should be up there if you don't have it on your phone. I don't typically. I texted to you, Rob. So can you just transform it from there to your thing?
So you're saying the three groups?
Yeah, the three groups are following. One group is the one that is romanticizing to go back to the Shah. It's not going to happen. He's not his father, and he's not his grandfather. That's not going to be coming. Fast forward, Rob. Okay, you can play the clip, Rob, and be the CEO, moving my entire family to Iran, running Iran, putting the crown, and being the third king that represents to do this with my family. That's not my interest. Am I reading that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. So do you know this is the first time I've heard you say this? And this is the first time I've heard you say this. And for me, what it does to me as a viewer, he just said he does not want to go back and be the CEO running. So that whole Shahi and all this stuff, that whole Bandar Pahlavi or that whole park in Shahi that we used to go to as kids, and it would snow, was awesome. I would go play soccer there, and I would go bike in that one circle that they had, and we would eat balad, we would eat, corn and on the water and the salt, and how delicious that, you remember that, how amazing, or you would eat jigar with the green on top of a lokme kebab, or you would do the jigar and you would eat it. It was so flippin' delicious with the salt on top of it on the skewers that they would do kebab. It was so amazing, and the dough you would drink in Abali or Abigar. Wasn't that awesome? I have some of the best memories of my life in Abigar. Abali, we would go to this place. If you went underwater, the water was gas fitting. You couldn't breathe. You have to come back. Dad, what do you mean? He said, go underwater. My dad's like, try to go under the water. But Dad, the water's gas. He says, go see what happened. You go under the water, you go, I can't breathe. Boom, you come back up. We go to a place called Abigar. The place smelled like hot water. Abigar, warm water. You would go and be in the warm water. Those days under Mohammad Reza Shah Pahlavi are not here. We will forever romanticize about those days, about the way he carried himself in interviews and everything that he was doing. Those days are not here today, but he can play a very important role. So one group is a romantic group. The other group, that's the hating group of him. That also needs to stop. And the third group is the group that is just saying, and I just want to see Iran be free again. Fantastic. If you're part of the third group, go find a candidate that's willing to do the job. Go find a candidate that's willing to do the job in Iran. That's what you guys need in Iran. Iran needs, but by the way, if you think about the sequencing on the way that it's going, here's what's common. What's common is what? In U.S., what did they do to Venezuela? You needed U.S.'s help. Okay, what's going to happen with Cuba? By the way, can you imagine if Cuba also goes through it and we start going to Cuba and visit? You need U.S.'s help. What do you need for Mexican cartel to be done? Sheinbaum is not cleaning house. Of course, you need Americans' help. What do you think is going to happen with Iran? Okay, all of these things. This is Iranians' biggest opportunity. Don't screw it up. Look at that young man is pleading for freedom in Iran. I hope he gets his wish and it becomes a reality. But I hope the Iranian people are finally using some logic.
The OG, come on, man.
Realizing you got to move on of the Mohammad Reza Pahlavi coming back to Iran because he does not want to do that. His son does not want to do that.
How you doing, Grant?
needs a leader, needs a figurehead. I mean, here at Valuetainment, we rally behind you. Corina Machado, she won the Nobel Peace Prize. We'll see what happens with her in Venezuela. You've been very outspoken. You don't think the Shah is that guy. He said it himself.
Not the Shah, the Reza Pahlavi,
His son.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
The Shah's son.
Yeah.
Who do you think is the figurehead of Iran?
That's the problem. The problem is nobody is vocal enough to know who it is. And of the people that are, you know how many candidates they've imprisoned? You know how many candidates in Iran are in jail right now? You know how many candidates that are potential people that could run the place are in prison, silenced? You know how many? A ton. So they're also hiding it where they can't be as vocal. So there could be a few people on the inside that they know of, Iranians know of, that they want, but they don't have the mic. Like you got the mic in America. They don't have the mic to go around and do things. What are they going to do? Leave Iran and go campaign out of Dubai? Are they going to leave Iran and go campaign? By the way, you know what's the biggest thing that Iranian people are saying? Hey, Reza Pahlavi, why don't you go to Azerbaijan and say a few words from there? Come closer to Iran. Show some stuff. He's not doing it. The one thing about Trump, let me tell you what was very crystal clear about Trump, about Milei, about Bukele. You know what it was? They're willing to do the legwork. They're willing to go out there. They're willing to pay a price. They're willing to drive. They're willing to work their tails off. It's very obvious. We, the market, said, who is this crazy Elvis-looking guy from Argentina? There is no way he'll ever win making out with people on stage. Guess what? He won. Who is this Bukele guy that's in his early mid-30s? He thinks he's going to be the leader and clean up El Salvador? Yes. Oh, shit. Maybe he's right. He won. Who is this, TV guy, billionaire, real estate guy? He's just doing a publicity stunt. No, he won and is cleaning house. Who is Reza Pahlavi? Somebody that can help Iranians, but not the guy that's...
Because he doesn't have the fire in his belly. He doesn't have the will. He doesn't have the voice. He doesn't have the
I got 4 kids, and you think all my kids want to go out there and do something big with their lives? If a father wants every one of his kids to want to have the fire to do something big with their lives. Trump's got 5 kids. Who's the most successful one?
Aaron Jr., Ivanka, they're all doing great.
Who would you say? Eric
is, I think, number 1.
Okay, who knows if it's going to be Eric or it's Don or it's Ivanka.
It'll be Barron.
Maybe it's Barron. But Tiffany, guess what? What's Tiffany doing?
She's a wife.
She's to herself. Everybody has to live their own life. Okay, everybody has to live their own life.
How old was he when he had to leave Iran?
Well, he left before the revolution. They got him out before the revolution.
So he fled. He's lived a pretty comfortable life.
He's lived a very comfortable life.
So maybe it's just that he's had the silver spoon effect. He's never had to deal with what most Iranians lived in Iran have had to deal with.
I know it's going to be random and outside of the box.
Yeah.
Whoever they pick, I think bringing a Christian into the mix, because hear me out, I know it's a Muslim nation, whatever, but every country out there that lost Christ, is a constant state of war, crime, terrorism. I mean, Mamdani's a Muslim and he's in New York. Why can't it happen over there? I think, me personally, Tom, a Christian leader there would be impartial. And I'm telling you from experience, it'd be a whole different game. There wouldn't be any of this throwing people off of buildings. Women wouldn't have to cover their heads. Every time Christ was...
How you doing, Naomi?
Look at the outcome. Go ahead.
Like and subscribe. Thanks for joining in.
I don't care what religion this leader turns out to be. As long as they can galvanize the people. Look, the Persian Empire was never Islamic. It was never Christian. It was Zoroastrian.
Yes.
If you're familiar with that.
Yes, of course.
For me, the religion is obviously important.
Thank you.
It's a major component. But it's who can the people get behind? What is this? I'm not Muslim. I am Persian. I hate Islam. That's what this is right there.
I am not Muslim.
They've been colonized.
But if they put somebody else in Adam that has that same attitude, it's going to become Syria.
Well, Shah Reza Pahlavi was Muslim.
I know the people. People are saying, make Iran Persian again.
Not necessarily.
It wasn't Islamic or Islam. What was his religion?
Was he Zoroastrian? Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was. Tom, go ahead.
No, so the people have spoken. People have spoken in Venezuela. People are speaking right now in Iran, and that video, that young man, really touches my heart. It's because what he's saying is, what do I have to live for here? And you look at the risk all those people took in Venezuela on the last election. Their guy won in a landslide. And then the people that supported him, his political advisors, people were in prison. You look at what Maduro did.
Oh, yeah, liberal chills in the morning is always good, especially on a Monday.
But now, what's in the void?
what's in the void? The one thing the NBC reporter is right about is there's still some bad guys in Venezuela.
Yeah, Democrats
so
are
there
tired of
needs to
them.
be a synergist come to the front to control things and to move it forward in Venezuela. Because Argentina had a stable country, a stable government, but a horrible...
Trump could capture Hitler, and they'll still get mad.
But on that stability, Milei was allowed to
That's so sad, the Democrats and libtards and Karens
I'm
are.
getting rid of this. Afuera, the whole chainsaw. I'm cutting it all down. Well, he only was able to do that because he had the stabilization of the country and relative stabilization of the government. The government was just run by a pack of loons that ran the
Right, it's all about them. It's mostly Bill Clinton on the Epstein files.
Let's look at it the last 2 years.
Bill Clinton in the blue dress
Primary system
on the
is really
couch.
kind of rough. You don't win Iowa in Iran. You win a sentence in a cell.
The Clinton
That's what happens in
files.
a political primary. There needs to be a synergist that comes forward that can bring all of this together. Because Iran and Venezuela have two things in common. They have a lot of natural resources and oil, and that money can be used to restore the country for the benefit of the people and to make it run. And you have the people there have had enough in Venezuela, the people have had enough in Iran, but both places need a synergist to come to the front to bring it together.
And the overarching narrative is you have the Islamists and the communists teaming up to do what they're doing.
So let's move forward. Let's go to the next story. So Governor Tim Walz goes after Nick Shirley, calls him a delusional conspiracy theorist. So Tim Walz accused citizen journalist Nick Shirley, who has expressed alleged widespread human services fraud in his state, of being a delusional conspiracy theorist. Here he is. So Nick Shirley tweets, "Why was she killed after
From Venezuela, that's what's up. I'm glad you guys celebrated, man. That's what's up, man.
on your fraudster scheme? Rest in peace, Melissa.
I'm glad y'all doing great.
Tim Walz retweets, "My opponents have been celebrating this far-right YouTuber as a groundbreaking journalist. Here he reveals who he really is, a delusional conspiracy theorist." Now, while this is going on, Nick Shirley just tweeted an hour ago saying, "I destroyed Tim Walz's career," or something like that. I think he literally just tweeted that, Rob. If you want to look it up, go to Nick Shirley. Boom, boom, boom. I think he just said that, and Elon even commented into, "I ended Tim Walz." Musk tweeted and said, "Thank God." And apparently, Rob, you said Tim Walz is going to be doing a press conference today at around noonish. He just did. When? Right now?
It's official.
It's official. It's officially dropping out.
No, I just sent it to the group. Tim Walz drops out of the Minnesota governor's race.
Do you have that?
I said it
just happened
right here.
Right, stand together. You're right.
This is what
Be
happens
a human
when
race.
federal government wages war
Oh,
against you.
yeah.
This is what happens when they target communities for their own benefit. This is what happens when they scapegoat. And this is what happens when they no longer hide the idea of white supremacy when you hear the vice president.
Oh, wow.
Now white
You a
people
white
have
man
to
saying white
apologize to
supremacy.
white. That's never happened once in my whole damn life. And I think everybody in this room knows what they're doing. So we're here today to say enough of this. We're here today to stand that Minnesota will protect their neighbors.
What does that mean? Did he say he's stepping out?
I don't think so.
He's not resigning. Supposedly, he is dropping out of the
2020 Minnesota governor race, plagued by Somali fraud exposed by independent journalist Shirley.
Yeah, that's him blaming white people. But
Now
that's
lock the traitor up. Tim had the gall to pin the fraud on white people instead of taking accountability for what the Somalis have done. He can't leave office soon enough. What a dummy. Tom, your thoughts?
Tim Walz did not drop out of the race. Let me tell you what just happened. The machine that's around Tim Walz fired him. Tim Walz just got fired. He no longer has the support of the people and the mechanisms that have been part of this entire machine around him. And he just got fired by the people that he's in cahoots with all of this fraud and everything going on, because they know that the spotlight just gets hotter if he wants to run for this election. And they know they risk losing the Minnesota governorship in the process of it. And they don't want people talking, because people are starting to talk. You've got people that supported him, people that were part of it, that are starting to talk. You've got the federal government dropping in. Last Thursday afternoon, was it? The federal government froze any transfers of federal funds to the welfare programs in Minnesota, I believe. They've been frozen pending full review. And so I believe what we are just seeing here is that the gig is up, and the people that are around him is like, Tim, we got to get you out of here.
Yep, Tampon Tim gotta go. Gotta go.
We can't have you running this and being
And the lieutenant governor. She gotta go too.
Attention on the rest of us. Tim, you're fired. You need to drop out of this race. And I believe the machine fired Tim Walz.
When we talk about accountability, this makes me so. The fact that a 23-year-old exposed their entire state and my
Right, critical. They're gonna tell you that.
If you think Ilhan Omar didn't know all the crap talking that
A man with a penis and facial hair is a woman. That's crazy.
Somalia because I made all the money that I did, and there's no way that this guy didn't know. Okay, there's absolutely no way. Even the president,
Because he grew his hair out longer, now he's a woman. That's crazy.
72% of these people of Somalis are on welfare. Okay, it is a big freaking scam, and that's the reason that they picked him to be the vice president, to keep that money funneling, to keep these freaking leftists elected. Him and this tampon in the bathroom attitude, him being friends with school shooters, his just disgusting demeanor, his waving on stage like he was like a savior. And
I'm glad he's not the VP.
That there was a daycare in Minneapolis. We wanted because I don't want anybody. And I love the fact that we're not forgetting. Like, yes, the Venezuelan thing is huge. It's taken over the news. Let's not forget about the trillions and trillions of dollars of fraud.
So you defending Somalians having no kids in a daycare.
That they paid
And what daycare open from 2 to 10?
in federal child meal funds after they claimed to feed 4,000 to 6,000 kids a day. The FBI watched the restaurant for 6 weeks. An average of 40 people showed up. Rob, you don't even have to play the clip. Just as long as we have it so people know it.
What is the show? What is the show in the clip?
This is them doing the investigative work. Play it for a little bit, Rob.
In December of 2021, the FBI installed a surveillance camera overlooking this building just off Lake Street in Minneapolis. At the time, it was Safari Restaurant, which overall took in $12 million in federal child meal payments through Feeding Our Future. Safari's former co-owner, Salim Saeed, is on trial alongside Amy Bach, the Feeding Our Future executive director. Safari claimed to feed 4,000 to 6,000 kids a day. Its invoices and meal counts shown to the jury alongside the video. An FBI agent testifying that an average of 40 people came and went during the 6 weeks it was surveilled. The FBI set up a total of 12 cameras at sites claiming to serve extraordinary numbers of meals. Another was at a deli in St. Paul, also registered by.
I don't understand how they've let it keep going for all this time. I don't understand it when it comes to this much money and this much fraud. And also because, since Nick Shirley and all these guys have been going to all these daycares, I don't know if it's legit or not. Rob?
It's so bad. This is what they're doing. I want to show that again because the thing I was showing you before, because are you getting this? Look.
That's the same learning daycare
Look how
center.
the restaurant is, right?
The learning
Then
daycare center.
the door is right there. That's just the back kitchen storage room. And who's bringing their children to a daycare center? And the other thing they said about the daycare, that it's open from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m., which no daycare is open during those hours. You're not legally, you're not allowed or have a license from that time. Daycares have to be from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. So even the stated time that they say they have, and even if that's happening, this is during busy restaurant hours. So you're telling me they were able to fit a full restaurant and this daycare where people take their children all in this same building, and it's not just a storage room that they slapped a label on? Yeah, I don't think so. And now it's so bad. This is what they're doing.
Bob told me that it was taken down, but there's a daycare in Minneapolis that was looking for child actors to pass as the vetting process to gain state funding. This was because they deleted it. Daycare hiring actors 3-day for a contract. My family runs a daycare here in the city and have over 5 years. Until Monday, the funding was cruelly ripped away without cause. Due to the insane poor decision clear in white supremacy, I wonder where they got that from, we had to close our doors immediately. We must prove that we are a functioning daycare to get the fundings back. The issue is the entire client base has already found new daycare services, so we need to find new clients base quickly. To help this state vetting process, we're looking to hire 20 actors for 3 days while state is present on site.
By the way, so if you look at the right, it shows, if you go to $1,500 per day, up to 3 days, $4,500 contract, no experience required, just actor, right? Go look at the Grok, because somebody asked Grok right there on the right. Third one, zoom in if you can, Ron. Okay, Grok, is this real? Yes, Craigslist ad is real. It was posted on January 2nd, 2020. Says it's given the ID number. It seeks 20 children under 5 for 3 days, $1,500 to simulate vetting after funding laws citing white supremacy. This aligns with Minnesota daycare fraud probes, federal holds. Unbelievable.
Like, just hey, bring your kids.
$4,500 for 3 days. Actors.
Do they have to be
Ain't nobody
Somalian?
gonna tell you.
White? I think they have to be Somalian at that point.
See, this ties it up in a bow, because the allegation is this, and this is my conclusion as well. The allegations are out there. Tim Walz was selected as the VP because he could be the bag man for tremendous financial resources to bring into the campaign at a time when, check this out, the DNC's big money and Obama himself were not on the Kamala page. Remember how late he came to the Kamala? Oh, all right, she's a candidate. Remember that? Of course. So, and remember they set this record, what was it, $32 million in 10 days or whatever it was? Guess what? The allegation is that Tim Walz was presiding over this machine that was federal money just coming to Minnesota. They could do whatever they want with it, and they all knew what was going on. And so there were people there that said, and remember, it was a fractured summer. It was a completely fractured summer. You had people in the Biden group saying, no, let's keep him going. Anthony Blinken wants to be president again. Let's just keep this going. Number one. Number two, you had Kamala Harris. You owe it to me, damn it. And then the next one, it was, what about Michelle or what about others? So it was a fractured group. Yeah. They needed money, and they went, and guess what? They apparently, allegedly, got it with Tim Walz. And so I read all this stuff. I'm not reading the loony stuff. I am reading things A, B, C, D, and I'm not waiting for someone. I said it when we were in Aspen. This is the biggest campaign finance fraud in the history of our republic.
I pray that they go after Ilhan Omar. His disdain towards America, this guy, and Trump, she's the worst of the worst. You notice how the other squad at him, they're kind of quiet. The Tlaib, what's her name? I haven't heard from her. Everybody's kind of silent. Ilhan Omar has been now getting silent, but there's no way she didn't know what was going on. There's no way, period. And I hope they're going after her.
Rob, do you have Nick Shirley's tweet again? So,
America hater, go after her. I ended Tim Walz.
Okay. So if you didn't tweet that, I probably wouldn't put this out there, but I was texting with Nick Shirley a week ago, before he came on the podcast. We met in person for the first time at James O'Keefe Citizen Journalist event at Mar-a-Lago a couple months ago.
Oh, and he got that award, right?
Young guy, he won the Citizen Journalist Award. So I say to him, because I'm going online this a week ago, as his story is basically blowing up, I go, dude, you're blowing up all over the internet. He has 66 million on his initial video. Now it's well over 100 million. He goes, bro, I think it's the biggest video of the year. So he's excited. Good for him. I'm telling him, listen, my mom's from Minneapolis. Respect to what you're doing. He goes, this is what the funniest part is. He goes, we lit them up. I bet Tim Walz resigns. He goes, can you imagine that me, Nick Shirley, is who gets Tim Walz to resign? I said, this is why what you do is so important. And the message to all the young people out there is, look at this guy. He's 23 years old, making a massive difference. You can too. Number two, could you imagine, just in a hypothetical, horrible, bizarro world, imagine if Kamala Harris and Tim Walz won the election and they were president and the vice president of the United States? Do you know what kind of chaos their administration would be in right now if they were in power? Do you know what kind of cover-up they would be doing? Do you know what Tim Walz would be doing in Minnesota if this video came out there? Could you imagine if Kamala was president right now? Borders still open, Iran still making nuclear weapons, hostages still in Gaza, Maduro's still in power, DEI still in place, gender-affirming care everywhere. We got they, them's running the government. Thank God, President Donald J. Trump.
Yeah, exactly. And this continues, and we'll continue following the story. This is not going to be done. I think this is just the tip of the iceberg. But to get the former VP candidate to drop out the way this is a lot of winning. This is maybe a little too much winning going into 2026. And by the way, folks, you know who had dinner with who at Mar-a-Lago? Did you see who had dinner with who at Mar-a-Lago?
Elon?
Elon and Trump had dinner together.
Oh.
They had dinner together, and you know who tweeted about the dinner? Who do you think tweeted about the dinner? A guy named Elon Musk tweeted about it, okay? And he said, had a very nice dinner with the president. That's them right there, if you look closely. Them having dinner together right there, the president. And by the way, look at the guy in the middle right there. The guy in the middle of that somehow got into that picture. Okay, he's in there. But who is that all the way in the back? Is that Dan Bongino all the way in the back? Zoom in a little bit, Rob, or you can't. Can't zoom in? No, it's not. Oh, okay, Secret Service. Okay, well, that's Secret Service somebody. No. But Musk and Trump are speaking, which is great to see them reunited now.
Imagine you're a Mar-a-Lago just dining or just looking at these guys.
Yeah, but the point is, that was a massive breakup that the left needed. Desperately. A massive breakup that the left needed. Now you're going into 2026 on the same page. Now you're going into 2026 with what happened with Maduro. Now you're going into 2026 with what's going on with Tim Walz. Now you're going into 2026 with, inflation going down. Now you're going into 2026 with GDP growth higher than expected. Now you're going into 2026 is going to be the greatest years of our lifetime. World Cup, 250 year anniversary. It's going to be a very, very weirdly special year. But at the same time, I think the enemy is aware of it, and they're going to try to ruin the party. 100%. You know how you try to put a good party together, and everybody knows you're about to put a record-breaking party. Everybody wants to go. You don't invite somebody, and they're like, wait a minute, you don't want to invite me? I'm going to ruin your party. So the party poopers are also going to be there, but I have a feeling they're going to get way ahead of it to make sure the party goes on.
Because I know you were going to what do you think that they're talking about?
Thank you.
That conversation, because think about it. Besides calling him basically a pedophile, because Trump promised, I think, the tax cuts for SpaceX. Pat, if you had to guess what the crux of that conversation was, because to me, in Elon's eyes, I think he felt like he got kind of shafted. What do you think that conversation was?
Can I give you my opinion first? Go ahead. So Pat just said party pooper, right? So my opinion, Elon Musk, when he left in a glorious fashion, in a blaze of mean tweets, he said he's going to go start a third party. I forget what it was called, because nothing ever transpired whatsoever. So in my opinion, Elon Musk sort of came in with his tail between his legs and said, look, my bad, dog. I'm not starting a third party. I realized you're the guy, and let me come and help you again. And let me do a
Thank you guys for staying with me. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Goes, like he always does, if you say nice things about me, we're good. You say bad things about me, you're my enemy. Elon Musk, listen, if you're getting
How you doing, Divided? Thanks for joining in.
There to talk shit to Trump's face. He came in with the sole purpose of saying, my bad, let's get on the same page, and let's do this. Because if there's anything that Elon is against, is whatever's going on the woke left and on the woke right. So to see those two aligned is a massive, massive victory for Trump and the country. That's my opinion.
I think it's a little bit of business. I think it's a little bit of let's figure it out. And remember, the way Trump that did it, when you run a company, let's bring it to a much smaller scenario.
Right, James. MAGA strong here, baby.
All of a sudden, publicly came after me. Negative, trash, whatever. You have to stand your ground and put them in their place. But then you just give them their space. They eventually had to come to you, or they don't. For the richest man in the world to set aside his ego and go to Trump at his place and realize what's going on. You know what's been very clear the last 9 months? Here's what's very clear the last 9 months, and it's not even close. The biggest alpha of every room in the world is Donald Trump. Let me say that one more time. There are many alphas. The biggest alpha in any room in the world is Donald Trump. Everyone has to go to him, period. DeSantis learned the hard way. Pierre Poilievre learned the hard way. Canadians learned the hard way. He learned the hard way. Bezos eventually had to come to him. Zuck had to eventually come to him. Everybody who thought they were bigger alpha than him, it took time. It took 78 years.
So I guess Joe Biden is a better alpha. Is an alpha.
Not just about being
Joe
the richest
Biden.
man in the world.
Magic. You voted for Joe
Alpha
Biden.
is not just about being the tallest, the richest, the wealthiest, the best looking, the famous. Nope. There's alpha quality that he has that none of these other guys have. And Elon has probably sat on the sidelines saying, damn, you got to give this guy respect. And he said it so many times. So let's see what's going to happen here. By the way, the JD Vance just tweeted something. Apparently somebody broke into his house or something. Something happened over the weekend that they're reporting, and that he had to tweet about it. Rob, is that the one? We hope he's safe. We hope his family is safe. I know he said they weren't home when this happened. Man arrested after allegedly damaging Vice President Vance's home. And Vance also tweeted it. Rob, I don't know if you have it or not. There's a tweet about it, but he didn't like the fact that reporters are posting pictures of his house all over the place, saying something happened to the window. Zoom in. I appreciate everyone else who well wishes about the attack at our home. As far as I can tell, crazy person tried to break in by hammering the windows. I'm grateful to Secret Service and Cincinnati police who responded quickly. We weren't even home as we returned already to DC.
Mega Destroy, welcome back, man.
We try to protect our kids as much as possible from our realities of this public life of public service. In that light, I'm skeptical of the news value of plastering images of our home with holes in the windows. Anyways, okay, so we're glad they're safe.
How do you even get that? I heard it was gunshots.
Yeah, no problem.
This hammer situation. So, San Francisco, there was a hammer. Hammers are becoming a popular thing with stuff like this. But anyways, we're glad he's safe. What I will say to you, I'm telling you guys right now, can you run a poll right now with our audience, Rob? Right now, folks, you have a choice for 2028 presidential candidate. And it's only two people I'm going to give you a choice of. Vance or Rubio. Who do you pick right now? When I mean right now, today is what? January 5th, 2026. Who do you want as your president if it's right now? Rob, did you run that poll? Rubio?
Yeah, Rush, I'm glad Kamala didn't win either.
Those two would you pick? I am so curious to know what direction the voting goes. I'm going to say it's going to be super close to 50-50 as possible. Going back and forth. Look at that venue right there. It's 54-46. To be fair, Rubio just had a massive victory, so it's probably going to be him. Nearly 2,000 votes. Rubio is ahead of Vance at this point. Okay, Rubio is ahead of Vance at this point, and gotta love competition like that. Gotta love competition like that. When you're a president and you're a leader, you want to be able to have multiple people that are competing, so it's not a definite front runner. And this is a pure reflection of Donald J. Trump. 100%. This is a pure reflection of Donald J. Trump.
Look like a few days ago before the Venezuela.
Flip it. Just flip it 55-45 Vance is what I would say.
Doesn't it make you feel good though that Rubio is showing himself to be the adult in the room. Capable, efficient. He's been through the ringer. He's run for president. He did the whole little water thing, little Marco. And now, just like JD, he was against Trump. Now he's on Team Trump. Something about these people that weren't on MAGA 1.0, on MAGA 2.0.
They were all Democrats. Now they all Republicans. That's what happened.
But is it refreshing that the first two
Got tired of the bullshit.
Like, how about this? I'll take either one of them. Who is the other side have? Gavin Newsom. Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
Who would you take, Vincent?
Out of these guys, I'm not going to front. I like Marco Rubio. I'm being honest. JD, if he shaves his beard, then I would consider it. But I would go Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio's been in the game for a lot longer, and he has a lot more credibility.
I'll give you two words: leadership and poise. I think Marco Rubio is showing leadership right now, and I think he was very poised and even-handed when he addresses the media, and people can hear the strategy that's in there, and it's very clear. And that is leadership.
Yeah. It's early to tell, but Rubio, with that job that he has, sometimes it's better to be the Secretary of State than the VP. Especially during times like this. Because VP, it's kind of like, go work on the border. Make the building nicer. Okay? Go make sure our emails are clean. Right? Sometimes kind of like VP is like, if you've ever seen the movie, the Vice movie, is like, what's VP? Like, who wants to be a VP? That VP was a different story because Dick Cheney wasn't really a VP. Dick Cheney was running the show. Vance is not running the show. Trump is running the show.
I tell you, I pick Rubio over. Yeah. Now listen, their optics. He's only 5'9". Vance, I want to say, is probably over 6 feet.
Is Rubio 5'9"?
Yeah, he's not the biggest.
I don't think he's 5'9".
No, I'm just saying, like, people, optics matters. but experience, capability. Yeah, was he 5'8"?
My boy right there,
So
5'8".
Marco Rubio, listen to me and just say it. Talk to DeSantis' people. You're gonna get them boots.
No. That'd be the worst thing you could do.
Guys, it's a joke.
That'd be no. You were actually being serious. That'd be the worst
regardless,
thing you could do.
Pat, I know you probably don't want to maybe.
I'm a fan of his. I like what he's doing. I like what he's doing. But it's early to tell. But I like what he's doing. So we'll see. We'll see what's going to happen. With 55-45, and this is a very fair 6,000 people voting, and they have it 55-45 as of right now.
What does that debate stage look like? It's interesting.
It is going to be interesting on how they're going to go. Can we completely change some of the stories to complete different story here? Let me get to this story. A Harvard professor calls that university's exclusion of white males in scathing public resignation. Rob, I believe you have a clip on this. If you do, please go to it. Watch this, folks. Very, very interesting on what's going on. Rob, of course, we won't play the whole clip because it's 3 minutes and 54 seconds. We'll play some of it. Go ahead, Rob.
Professor says he is leaving the university after 40 years, claiming its focus on DEI is doing more harm than good, writing, quote, "In the fall of 2020, I came across an outstanding prospect who was a perfect fit for our program. In past years, this candidate would have risen immediately to the top of the applicant pool. In 2021, however, I was told informally by a member of the admissions committee that, meaning admitting a white male, was not happening this year." Harvard alumnus Shavos Kestenbaum joins us now. Happy New Year, Shavos. Thanks so much for being on with us.
Happy New Year. Good to be here.
So the professor writes about this seemingly open anti-white, anti-male environment that has really been growing in Harvard. As an alumnus, is this something that you have experienced? Do you agree with what the professor wrote?
Certainly, I agree with what the professor wrote. It's shocking, but it's certainly not surprising. I mean, a country that does not teach about its own history is certainly a country that does not have much of a future. But honestly, my greatest concern is the greater societal implications and the greater societal ills, particularly the demoralization of young people in America. So when you have cultural elites or professors who insist and instruct young people that their culture is not worthy of preservation, that their race is something to be apologetic over, that their history is not worthy of scholarship, then of course those young people, particularly young men, will become disillusioned and disassociated with the society they're meant to be interacting with. And we need to be very clear now that we're in 2026 that...
Top thoughts.
So this is a professor, Dr. James Hankins, who had been at Harvard for 40 years. And who finally had just had enough. And 40 years, if he was 24 when he got 28 when he got his doctorate, so he's probably late 60s, maybe 70. And he's saying, we've had enough. And one of the things he said is he talked about DEI, and he says, we've abandoned merit in favor of diversity quotas, which changes the way we conduct our affairs and the qualities that we deliver. He's saying it. He's not saying it out loud, saying, guess what? You know what? We get away from merit, this is where it goes. And what's interesting today, there's a Wall Street Journal story that is today on the front of the journal that talked about that merit is making a comeback as we come into what will be the spring recruiting season. Is that there are companies that were saying it does matter where you go to school, and we'll be recruiting and looking for merit, and we're looking for kids on merit. And actually there was McKinsey gentleman that was quoted in the article talking about looking for merit, not just at Ivy League schools, at other schools, but actually stepping back from the schools where DEI does not give them, hey, we're going to come on campus to recruit. They want to recruit strong people based on merit. And so I think this is a tip of the iceberg moment. Harvard's going to circle the wagons, and they're going to shut everybody down, and they're going to tell everybody to knock it off, because Harvard is still doing this. The Supreme Court case that was against Yale has teeth, but they're still doing it because you've got generations of these DEI leaders been either still in there. Just like Venezuela, you got to get rid of a few guys, and you need to put new leadership in. It's going to be one step at a time. But what's interesting is this actually got play from the mainstream media talking about it, and then it's actually being set out in the open, and I'm glad to see it. But it's only one small step. There's a long walk. There's going to be a death march to rid the halls of the DEI and get higher education truly back to
what's going to happen to
measurement
James
of merit.
Hankins? How will the market treat somebody like a James Hankins?
Well, if he's put himself in a place to retire, then the market can't do anything to him. He can just retire and he doesn't need it. But I believe there's going to be folks out there that want to hear from him. I believe you're going to have a publisher will ask him to write a book about his experience. I don't think he's going to be welcomed with open arms, and there's a lot of people that are going to want to stab him in the back for what he did. But I think there's going to be some people out there, a few of them, that are going to try to help him. But I think obviously as he walks away from Harvard, he's done with that. But I think it's going to be, there's going to be some islands out there. There's someone I think will want him to tell a story.
Yeah, I mean, for him to be able to say what he's saying right now, you got to applaud him, respect to him on what he's seen taking place. For someone at his caliber, Adam, if you have any thoughts on this, I'll come to you and I'm going to the next story.
Well, it's been no secret there's been an attack against straight white men in America for over a decade, AKA the patriarchy. It's all a farce. So, back in my days when I was doing a lot of manosphere content, we talked about the red pill versus the blue pill.
I thought you were going to say something.
Where do you think I was going with that?
No, I thought you were going to say, there's been a major attack on straight white male. And I thought you were going to say back in the days when I was a...
You can't read that.
Straight white male.
Yeah, I thought you were going to say.
Yeah.
Go ahead, keep going. All right.
But
is this an announcement?
No.
He made it a long time.
So, my girlfriend would disagree. But
say hi to Fred.
The reality is can we stop? Can we stop with the nonsensical freaking debate of what's better, capitalism or communism? Is the fact that we're still having this debate in life, in campus, are we really playing this game? Is this really what we're doing? How many times have you talked about, the campus, we're having a debate, guys. What do you think is a better socioeconomic system? Capitalism or socialism? Which one is it, guys? I don't know. Can we stop the freaking nonsense? Meanwhile, capitalism might not be the prettiest system. What did Churchill say? It's the second best out there. It's better than everything else. So yeah, it might be ugly, it might be messy, but at least it's in your face. It's competitive, and it's an example of how countries thrive. What examples do you have of socialism, Marxism, or the warmth of collectivism? Put a nice little communist blanket all over you that have worked. Why are people fleeing Venezuela? Why are people fleeing Cuba in rafts? Right, Mikey? Why are people doing this? Why are people fleeing these Islamist nations? Because it's not good to live under. And the fact that Harvard still it indoctrinates their kids under this Marxist critical race theory, DEI bullshit, downstream of Marxism, it's just, they're still doing it. And it's just different languages. In some cases, it's economic communism. Sometimes it's social justice warriors. You're producing nothing. You're producing people that just want to destroy the system. The greatest country that's ever lived. We're indoctrinating these young kids to go out there and protest on behalf of Maduro, on behalf of Hamas. It's so stupid. This is why when I was arguing with Stephen A. Smith, he goes, "You can't call them stupid." I go, "Yes, I can." Because they're stupid. They might be able to read and write and do arithmetic, but they're stupid. This is what they call them, useful idiots. So I'm so sick of what's happening in the institutions of higher learning, indoctrinating our kids to hate America. That's what this all comes down to. How many of these people come out and graduate and be like, "I love the USA." They hate America. And let's just stop with the fucking debate. Sorry about the language.
Let's wrap it up really quick. There's something got updated on Wikipedia that was not in my research. He is going to the University of Florida, where he will be the Hamilton School of Classical and Civic Education at the U of F, and that's where he is going to go. Apparently,
the free state of Florida.
That was not in the research earlier. The nice thing about it, Harvard takes an L and somebody else comes to Florida.
Think about that. Imagine going from Harvard to University of Florida.
What's wrong with the University of Florida? It's the number 7 public university in the
I'm born and
United
raised in Miami. I went to Florida State. Half my friends went to UF. It's a great school. It's not Harvard. But it just shows what the professor goes, "I can't take this woke DEI nonsense. Let me go to the free state of Florida where there's just rational, moderate people." That's what this comes down to.
I had a call with a senior partner the other day at BCG. And they do around $15 billion a year in engagements, whatever the number is. It's a big company. Top 4, would you say top 4? Some of you would even say number 2 behind McKinsey, right? Okay.
Exactly.
And I said, so what is your recruiting process? Is it still the same process, wanting Harvard, wanting all these guys? He says, man, we're having more experience recruiting some guys that are coming from smaller schools that are competitive, top of their classes. They're more scrappy. They're willing to work harder. Some of these guys that are coming from Harvard and CD schools, some of them are more entitled. They're expecting out to do this. They want this. They want that. It's changing. The market's changing. It changes in a long time. And let's see if Harvard's going to be able to maintain their prestigious name that they've had all these years. We'll see. We'll see what's going to happen. Let me get to the next story here. Next story I'm going to go to is Megyn Kelly. Megyn Kelly declares CBS legacy media dead as Barry Weiss feud escalates. And it doesn't look like this is going to be slowing down. So here's Megyn Kelly talking about CBS. Let me get to the story, Rob.
Thank you, guys. 70,000 views. Wow.
Dismissed CBS News efforts to reignite interest in its evening newscast, declaring legacy media dead as she escalated her feud.
I should have more subscribers, 70,000 views.
Nothing will happen at CBS, Kelly declared.
But I'm grateful. I appreciate you
Responding
guys.
to a post about incoming CBS News.
Very humble. Thank you so much.
Don't appeal, nothing. Legacy media is dead, and evening news has totally been irrelevant for a long time. CBS has not had evening viewers in any competitive way in over a decade. The blunt assessment came ahead of DocuPoll's. Who's this person, by the way? Is that the person that went over there? Is that the guy's face right there? Yeah. Okay, so he goes.
That's Barry Weiss's choice for the chair of the evening news.
Monday night debut anchoring the BS News flagship. Now he's pledged to rebuild trust with viewers as Weiss has taken controversial steps to shake up the network since becoming head honcho in October. He has echoed longstanding conservative critiques of the press, acknowledging that newsrooms have often missed the mark by privileging elites over ordinary Americans. On too many stories, the press missed the story. DocuPoll said on Thursday, can we figure out how the hell to pronounce his name so I don't keep butchering this guy's name over and over again? Argued that the media rely too heavily on advocates, academics, rather than viewers themselves. He promised that under his watch, you come first, not advertisers. Here's a clip. Go ahead, Rob.
Too many stories, the press has missed the story, because we've taken into account the perspective of advocates and not the average American. Or we put too much weight in the analysis of academics or elites and not enough on you. And I know this because at certain points, I have been you. I have felt this way too. I felt like what I was seeing.
Peak City, how you doing? Like and subscribe. Thanks for joining in.
I was seeing and hearing in my own life.
They said my stuff fake.
And that the most
Wow.
urgent questions
That's
simply
funny.
weren't being asked. So here's my promise to you today and every time you see me in
Thanks,
this
Russ. Appreciate it.
You come
They say my
first.
stuff is fake.
Not
I don't
advertisers,
see how.
not politicians, not corporate interests. And yes, that does include the corporate owners of CBS. I report for you
Thank you.
on too many stories.
Okay, so there you go. Tom, thoughts on this? Are you with Megyn Kelly? Are you with Barry Weiss? What do you think's going on there?
So I'm not with Megyn on her feud, but I am with Megyn.
Peak City, go ahead and like and subscribe.
It is really going to be difficult to reverse what's happened to the evening news, and partly because it's not the same playing field anymore. The evening news now is not what it used to be. There are choices. People are coming to us to get their news. People run into you in a restaurant and wanted to know,
Thank you.
are we running a special segment? You read those on the weekend, right? So the gentleman comes up to you and says, hey, love the podcast. Are you doing a special segment on Maduro? Because they're coming to other places such as us to get their news. And so I agree with
Happy
her
New Year's.
with
Happy Monday.
the technology, the deterioration of the cable subscriber, number one. Number two, over the top is everywhere. So it's no longer over the top. It's just internet comes to your house and you choose wherever you want to get your news. You know, Vinny, do you have a cable subscription? No. No, we have a Hulu one, but that's it. We don't have all of this. So technology, it supports what Megyn Kelly is saying, and the public trust has been so destroyed
Will do.
over the
Appreciate
last
it. Will
15
do.
years on what they feel about mainstream media, to the point that MSM, even my mom knows what MSM is. When I texted her something a couple months ago, I noticed she knew exactly what I was talking about. So on that count, I think Megyn is right. It's going to be very, very hard to turn around CBS. Now, that said, the Ellisons have a hell of a lot of money, and Barry Weiss is really putting her shoulder to the wheel to do it. So I won't say it's impossible, but it's going to be tough. It's a new day.
To turn CBS around.
Yeah.
I agree.
I think she'll win or she won't win.
I think it'll do okay, but like just even the way that he talks, the demeanor, the stage is set, you've lost all credibility. I'm sorry. It's a ship that's going down. Like it's the Titanic, and you put a new captain on. Like I could do it. No, you can't. Nobody believes them anymore. Nobody believes CNN. MSNBC could change it to MS Now or MS. We're never gonna lie again. Nobody believes you. Government, the trust in government's down. I think it's gaining a little bit.
So Peak City. So what's the real reality then?
But nobody listens to these people. Nobody's gonna ever forgive them for what they did to COVID. Nobody's ever gonna forgive them for the lies that they did with Iraq and weapons of mass destruction and everything. It's gone. It's totally gone. Those days of Walter Cronkite and old school Bill O'Reilly and all these guys. No, I'm sorry. Adam, it's not gonna happen.
Well, it's Darwinism 101. It's a failure to adapt. You know, a month ago or two, we here at Valuetainment, we had to read the book "Who Moved My Cheese." The cheese got moved. The industry got disrupted, and they failed to adapt. You know, you adapt or die. By the way, this is not unique just in media. What happened to Blockbuster Video? They failed to adapt. Netflix took them over. What happened to the taxi industry? They used to have this monopoly on medallions. Now Uber and Lyft take over. So what percentage of the S&P 500 or the Fortune 500 companies from 50 years ago are still in the top 500? Like 10%. Failure to adapt. What happened to Kodak? What happened to all these companies? By the way, same for cities. New York City, LA, Chicago. There's no guarantee they're going to be the greatest cities in America anymore. You fail to adapt, you will die. It's a dying industry. They're trying to do this the right way and try to basically be relevant. They're coming in and giving an apology letter. But the reality is a lot of these media companies failed to adapt. Their journalists turned into activists, and now they're paying the price when podcasters are now the most watched people in the country.
And I don't think it's a failure to adapt, Adam. I think there's no way that stain is going to disappear from the American public's
Well,
eye.
Stephen A. Smith said, I don't give a shit what you think, Vinny.
Guess what? And Stephen A. understands that I was making a bunch of very, very valid points. But going back to the COVID thing, we're supposed to forget what every single
Right, crickets. Nobody saying that.
You're the enemy. You're not getting this experimental drug in your body. Take it. And now kids are freaking dying. People are dropping dead. Turbo cancer's up. Now all the truth is coming out. And now we're supposed to just forget about it. That's one of the biggest travesties that this country, besides all the 9/11s and the JFK assassination, China unleashed the virus that I think Fauci and all them, they're not stupid, okay? Then they sold us on this freaking vaccine and they told us that we were anti-American and that we were the terrorists. Chris Cuomo said it. All these people said that the number one threat was us. CBS, MSNBC, all of them. And now we're supposed to go, oh, Barry Weiss is in it. There's a new white guy that says, I'm not going to lie. Nobody's going to believe it. This is a failed industry and it's overdone.
Here's what I will tell you. Here's what I will tell you before we go to, I got two more stories to wrap up and then we'll move on. To me, I believe in Barry Weiss. I believe it's tough to be in NBA they call them two-way players, guys that play offense and they play defense. I also believe it's very tough to be a talent and to be an operator. Barry Weiss is a talent operator. By the way, in all of media, there's not a Barry Weiss, period. There's not a Barry Weiss that's talent and operator. Talent sometimes hate when there are people like Barry Weiss, when there are people that know how to operate and they know how to garner attention. She worked at New York Times, and then she called them out and she went out and did her own thing and did a bunch of great interviews, and she was actually fair and she did a bunch of different things. Yes, is she Jewish? I think she's Jewish. She is Jewish. So she's going to get
free press.
She's going to get criticized for being Jewish and working with Ellison, and she's pro-Israel and all this other stuff. That's a debate. You guys can have that all day. Go for it. It is what it is. I'm a Christian. I'm going to favor Christianity. Okay. If I'm talking to a person that's Muslim, they're going to defend their religion of Islam. If someone's Jewish, they're going to defend what it is. It's kind of how it is. You're protecting and respecting your family and the tradition that you came, and typically whatever faith you came from, if you respect your parents, you're going to respect that faith. So it's a way of saying she respects her parents. You can say Jews are this, Jews are that. Go ahead and do that all day long. It is what it is. You got to respect game. Megyn Kelly, to me, I think she is talent-wise. I think she's up there, maybe even number 1 on the list today, who is willing to be fair and talk to anybody. And I'm a big supporter of what she's doing. But I think Barry Weiss is a power player. There's a big difference. Megyn Kelly's an incredible journalist, lawyer, talent, communicator, not afraid, great with words. Barry Weiss is a businesswoman and an operator and a talent, and is trying to do something to turn the company around with the backing of a last name like Ellis with the amount of wealth that they have. I don't know. I hope they succeed. I hope they succeed. I'm not saying they're going to. It's going to be very hard. I hope they succeed. I would like to see one of these guys succeed. And if they do succeed, it's not a succeeding for 50 years. It's succeeding for a decade and a half is what it is. That's what it is. Because the reality of it is going in the direction of podcasting. It is going in the direction of independent journalism. It is, by the way, Nick Shirley, go ahead, ABC, sign him. CBS, sign him. Fox, sign him. What are you going to sign him for? Okay, we're going to go sign him. For what? Go ahead. What do you understand what I'm saying? Like, go ahead and sign him. The other day, you know what shirt he's got on while he's doing his stuff? Polymarket. Do you think it's because he loves Polymarket sweater brand and quality? Did you see this go on images? Right there. Why do you think he's wearing a sweater with Polymarket on it? You think it's because that sweater has the highest quality of density to prevent the snow from coming in? No. Guess what? He does not need you, CBS. He does not need you, CNN. He does not need. That's the disruption of what is going on. Your people are choosing to team up.
Yes, they are, Steve. They're very happy, man. Happy for them.
Young cats are coming up saying, I want to be the next Nick Shirley. I want to be a YouTuber. I want to be this. I want to be that.
And they can move around freely over there.
So these bigger companies have to find a way to be a little bit more, what's the word I'm looking for? A little bit more flexible, adaptable, understanding what's going on while creating their own set of. Again, I'm rooting for both Megyn Kelly to succeed, but I'm definitely also rooting for Barry Weiss to succeed. Because I do think there's still a.
Thanks for joining in. Like and subscribe. Thank you, guys.
65 years old that still consume their content on TV. So I'd like to see her win. Hopefully she wins, and we'll see where it goes from here.
Imagine they don't hire Barry Weiss. Imagine they don't do this thing, whatever David Ellison is doing. Was it Skydance? Imagine if they just sit there and they have CBS and just in third place behind ABC and
Yeah,
NBC.
at what point are you going to make? Because I'm going to
The point is, they had to do something.
Of course
they
they did.
adapted.
Yeah.
And she's the figurehead, so she's going to get.
So what are you going to say that hasn't been said already? Go ahead.
I'm saying that imagine they did nothing. What would we be saying now? You still have Stephen Colbert.
So Richard Pictures, they are liberated. You don't see no celebrating. The people are happy over there. So how are we wrong for saying they liberated? They saying they liberated. They crying for being happy,
Next story I want
free.
to get into is the following. So Rob, if you can pull up, let me see what I got here. If I have nothing here, then I'll go to that story. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. Let's just go to the story here. So gold, folks, you ever bought gold? You ever been ripped off by somebody telling you it's
Thanks for
14
subscribing.
karat, but it's
Thank
10
you.
karat? You ever bought gold and on it they type in the 14 karat and then somebody else said this is actually not 14 karat gold. This is 10 karat gold. Well, in New York, a guy by the name of Trax, he's got a different name, but they call him Trax, who was a very, very well-known guy. I think it's on the 57th or whatever the main street is with all the gold diamond district. He goes out there, and one of the guys that used his name, this is the most viral video of the last week. If Nick Shirley was 2 weeks ago, this was the most viral video last week. It got 70 million views, 617,000 shares on Instagram. Rob, go ahead and play this clip. Watch this.
Where's my fucking money? Motherfucker! Where's my fucking money? Where's my money? I got this bracelet. Where's my money? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? You say VPS, I3, 14 cat, and you're using my name. You. 6446. Yeah, 64-47. Thief! You thief!
On business, baby. He on business. Like and subscribe.
So this happens. This gets 60-something million views. Now, Rob, go to his Instagram account because in another, but wait till you see what happens next, by the way. But in another video, this one's tough to watch. So I want to tell you in advance to be careful before we watch this. Go to his Instagram account, Rob, because he explains what happened here. This is the whole thing with the issue on this. Okay, if you go to the account, go to the third video right there. Watch this and put the audio on.
Receipt from this disgusting company that pretends to be me, says they're tracks in my seat, sells my customer a bracelet, rips them off on the gold. Shit, they're saying it's 14 karat gold. Well, we're going to test this bracelet right now. Start the test. 10 karat gold. So that they say they were tracks in my seat.
Yeah, trying to portray. He tried to sell one of your products. He said that he ran out.
Right.
One of your rings that you purchased.
Right. That we sell. So you came with a picture of tracks in my seat.
Opened up the website.
And then he said he ran out, even though he has nothing to fucking do with me other than to steal my fucking customers all day long. These rats have done this over and over and over again, and I tolerated it. And now they fucked them over on the carrot as well. Yo, Akai, you are fucking thieves,
So now watch
bro.
this. Watch
The most disgusting.
You want to know what happens? Now go to the main clip. Guys, I'm telling you right now, brace for impact because this one's tough to watch. Watch what happens here. Go ahead.
You fucking look at Windex.
Chaos.
Oh my God. What happened? Yeah, get that girl. Good David.
How much spit did he have in his mouth?
Oh.
In the end, they tried to kill me. Strangled me with my own chain. Get out of this hospital. TracksNYC.com.
He's always ready for it. Right now, watch. Go to the last video of them getting arrested. Did you see the video?
I haven't seen this.
You haven't seen this
Greedy.
video?
Yeah.
Oh, no, they got
No. You haven't seen the video.
No,
That's the main video of what happened. By the way, this is the gold. You have to be ready because if you type that the guy's getting arrested, go to the video of them handcuffed.
Oh, that's it?
No, them handcuffed with cops. Right there. That's one right there. Watch this. Make it bigger, Rock. Go back. Okay, watch this.
Oh, the music.
Music, rock, music. Okay, there you go.
Wow. Good.
That guy
That's
got
assault.
arrested. That's assault.
Get his ass.
Look at this.
This guy's smiling.
They came in. They took him. They
Three
arrested him.
of them. Oh,
But
good
he's
for
not.
him.
He's not handcuffed. He's just
You
leaving.
go to jail. Get their ass out of here.
Gold. Tom, how do you process this yourself? I mean, gold, because when you think about, and I'm Middle Eastern, so jewelry over the years, you buy stuff in LA. There's that one district in downtown that you go buy all the gold, and and people would get caught. Well, this is a V cut. This is a that cut diamond. This is this, and it's not. It's a lower level, but they sell it to you, and the average person doesn't have the equipment to go take a look at it to see if it's real or not. Your thoughts on this, Tom?
Well, I bought an engagement ring and a wedding band in LA. And in LA, there is so much fraud. You had to know somebody or know somebody's father.
Thank you guys for staying with me. Appreciate it. Happy Monday.
Go in and you would take care of it. And that's how I found it. But this goes on everywhere. The scamming that goes on in jewelry is horrible. If you don't know somebody and you can't validate it, you're probably not getting the fair price and you're probably not getting the fair quality. They've gotten to the point where diamonds now have laser serial numbers that are very, 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 very tiny, but they're actually on the stone. And so that you can get validation now, but you got to be so careful with it. I knew people that got ripped off in LA and things like this. I know a guy, this is a true story. Early in my career, I was in sales with IBM. He got a gold Rolex. At least he thought it was a gold Rolex. Remember, on the back of a Rolex, there's no serial number. They're all smooth on the back. So you have to know somebody that can remove the bezel, can look at the serial number underneath. hat. In 3 weeks, all of a sudden there's this, it's turning his wrist green because it was completely fake. You know, for its rubbing in his body oil, it's actually because it's like copper substrate or something. It's there. And so, but I'll say this, it's not just that. You got to be careful everywhere. And if you're buying VT merch, this is not a commercial, this is a caution. Only go to our website. We spend hours each week doing audits, and we find our stuff with cheap material, cheap clothing, and not only is it our trademarked, you know, logos and slogans and stuff, but then it's really junk stuff. And people think it's us because a lot of times you sell through distribution. We sell through ourselves. Go to VT.com, VTmerch.com, only buy it from ourselves. So just like jewelry, you better know somebody. And if you want the future to look bright for your dollars, for the hats and stuff that you bought that you're supporting, Faith Over Fear and all the stuff that we do, only go to our website. But you got to know somebody.
Well, I know Max very well. We've hung out a bunch, he's been on my show. I'm with Max Trax on this one, by the way. Yeah, he's loud, he's brash, he's in your face, but you know what he is? He's honest. He does good business. I was actually with Trax recently, and I was with Moshe Haimov, who's the Watch King of New York. He's there on the left with my friend Rabbi Benny. And I went to 47th Street, it's the Diamond District. If you've ever seen the movie Uncut Gems with Adam Sandler, right there, if you show that picture right there, they're all in this room right here. They're all together. All your competitors are in the same freaking place. By the way, I think 90% of the diamonds in the entire United States that are sold come from this one block in New York. Yeah. So talk about money on gold on diamonds. It's all right here. So the story goes, from what I understand, because Moshe Haimov, the Watch King, I said, dude, what's going on here? He goes, what you don't know is this. This is all over $22,000. So the guy that spit in Trax's face, by the way,
what up, Troy?
Pussy move, spitting in someone's face, you can go to jail for that, which he did. Apparently, he's the landlord. And he's been in business since the 70s, and he's been around forever. You're telling me, they say that, you can work on your reputation for 40 years, and in one day you ruin it. That's what happened with this guy. Apparently, he's been in business since the 70s. Here in the Diamond District on 47th Street, and one viral video of Trax saying, where's my money? That guy's now arrested, in jail, legacy ruined. So we're about to see what happens with this. Crimey business, stealing your other's customers, ripping people off, and you're going to ruin your entire reputation over $22,000? Save that money.
Yeah, no, I mean, dude, I just Googled that one because I saw a video where he's saying he's half Jewish. Apparently, and I asked Google, the AI overview, he's Azerbaijani American. He was born in Baku, Azerbaijan, moved to Queens and his parents in 1993 at the age of 7. But yeah, Adam, he's old. Every time I see him, but he walks around on the streets of New York asking questions and giving gold, giving silver. He actually loves people. He loves giving away.
How you doing, Mr. Dan? Thanks for joining in.
Yeah, this is what happens. You find success when you're good at something, and then you can promote it. There's a product and there's marketing. His product is watches, diamonds, jewelry, but he's also a marketer. You talked about being a talent and being an operator. He's an operator, but he's also a talent. So it's not easy to do, and it's a rough and ugly business. And this is sort of why people appreciate authentic people, because this is who he is. If you've ever met this guy, he's in your face like this. He is what he is.
Yeah, okay? I mean, that's the goal. You got certain jobs. It's not for everybody. You have to be ready to go to work. If for somebody that's watching this, say you don't know him, say you just watch us for the first time, like, holy shit, I have no idea what happened here. Do you trust him more? Would you buy from him? Would you do business with him? Or would you not? Think about the level of conviction in that space. And Rob, do we have any stories that we haven't gotten into that we need to before we wrap up? Max. Is there anything we have left that we should get into?
The Mamdani price raising.
Oh, okay, let's go into that one. We'll wrap up with that one here. So Mamdani is claiming, let me read this story. Rob, you got a video on this as well. Subway and bus fare rises in New York to $3 on Sunday, and some people are like, wait a minute, what's this all about? Go ahead, Rob. Rob, we can't do this.
Why do they always do that? Mayor Mamdani promised us a free ride, but guess what? We're gotten set higher bus fares. Yes, that's right. Today, the price of this bus went up to $3. You know why? Because even with this price increase, New York City buses and subways are barely able to function. The mayor of New York City has actually never had control over the transportation that is controlled by the state. Yes, that's right, the governor. Mamdani, he lied to all of you, and guess who's paying the price? All of us.
Different stuff. It's mostly about Venezuela being free.
So on Sunday, prices went up to $3 from $2.90, 10%.
Now I'm talking about Mamdani.
A cost of weekly, monthly tickets on Long Island Railroad and Metro North Railroads, which are based on distance travel, will increase by 4.5%. One-way fares will climb up 8%. But accompanying minors 17 and under can now ride 2 commuters railroads for $1. Previous limit was $11. A trip using Access A Ride.
Thank you guys for joining in. Like and subscribe.
Costs $3 starting next year. Tolls about 7.5%. Most vehicles using the Queens Midtown Tunnel, for example, will climb from 746 to 746 from 640 to 694. The MTA expects the changes. You ready for this? To raise an additional $350 million a year in additional revenue. Mamdani, what happened? You said you were going to fix this. What happened? Vinny, thoughts?
Well, first of all, I think how many times did
PC, what's going on? What's with the name calling, man?
how a con artist works.
Trump is amazing.
The fantasy, everything's going to be free. And remember, the day he won, the next day, he made the video like, remember, I didn't want any money. I need your money.
Yeah, exactly.
2 weeks later, Adam, remember I told you I was done asking you for money? I need some more money. So, and again, this is with that young generation that was like free and you got sold. Just like with Obama when they were, I remember those videos of those black ladies in the street going, he's going to pay for my cell phone. He's going to pay for my rent. Did he do any of that? Didn't do any of it.
Thanks for joining in, Jessica. Appreciate it. Like and subscribe. Yeah, Trump is the man.
He's hired
Voted
ex-cons
for
that have
it.
been convicted for kidnapping and robbery and all that stuff. He's lied to everybody's face. He keeps asking for money. And then one of his best picks by his housing official, Sia Weaver, top housing advisor for New York City Mayor Mamdani. Look at what she says about people and your housing and white people. She's saying that we've treated property as something personal for centuries. Now it's time to see it as a collective. Here you go, New York City. There you got it. Go ahead, Ron.
Ultra MAGA here, Jessica. Ultra MAGA.
We've really treated property as an individualized good and not a collective good, and we are going to transitioning to treating it as a collective good and towards a model of shared equity will require that we think about it differently, and it will mean that families, especially white families, but some POC families who are homeowners as well, are going to have a different relationship to property than the one that we have.
Ready for that? Hey, Tom, you just bought a house. When are we moving in? That's what's going to be.
Attention, New York.
Run! Yeah.
Run!
I don't understand how stupid people can be. I mean, I see it, to vote for this. It's never worked. It's how many case studies.
How you doing, Johnny? Thanks for joining in.
The guy just that
Johnny
stupid
boy.
smile that you guys all fell for, New Yorkers. I'm sorry. We warned you, and it's happening in front of your
It's
face.
all collective. Okay, can I ask you some questions? In a collective, who built that building? Who put the couch in that? Who paid for the couch? The capitalists. Who put the
Thank you.
stove in there? Who put the fridge in there? Who built the building next to the building? Who built the store that's on the corner where they got their stuff? Where did this all come from? It's amazing to me that in a collective, we all own everything in a collective. That's what she's saying. You'll have a different relationship with your property. Wow.
Thanks, Johnny.
Interesting. You'll have a different relationship with your property. So at least she acknowledges that once upon a time it belonged to somebody. But once you stop this, where does it all come from? Where does it come from?
Exactly.
Where does tomorrow's house come from? And tomorrow's couch? And tomorrow's fridge? And tomorrow's little grocery store? Where?
Yeah, well, to use a famous phrase from the Biz Doc, words talk, actions scream. Stop listening to what these socialists say and just watch what they do. Judge them by their actions. Of course, they're going to tell you that the warm comfort of collectivism is like a blanket on a cold, wintry night. They're seizing the means of production like Karl Marx wanted to do and Joseph Stalin did and the Mao people did. I mean, how many times do we need to hear this? And I said this earlier. Can we stop it with the nonsensical debate over what's better, capitalism or communism? Free market enterprise capitalism or social? Why are we still doing this? And the stupid people of New York fell for it. And now this white lady gets on there and goes, so yeah, we're going to have to come after your houses, and especially the white people, you know, because you're white. So you need to have white guilt and white shame, and you're obviously are colonizers because, you know, you were born in Brooklyn. So seizing the means of production, we forget we're one generation from tyranny. And unless people stand up and start doing something about this, stop believing the speeches and start focusing on the policies. Yes, Mamdani lied. Now you fell for it. Are you going to vote for him again? Are you going to keep him in power? Let's see what happens.
There you go, New York. We're watching very closely to see what's going to be taking place with your incredible city. A lot of weird clips are coming out, but this is just a week into it, and it's already up $350 million. Imagine what's going to look like a year into it, 2 years into it. So, New York, I hope you guys are able to protect that beautiful city that I love so very much. Thank God there's a guy named Trax that's making sure at least gold people are going to be honest, and diamond people are going to be honest. I hope the rest of you guys do the same as well. Having said that, God bless. We will do this again on Wednesday, Rob. I believe we're back at it again. God bless everybody. Take care. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Major breaking political news.
This will be my last video.
Minneapolis,
I'm gonna
Minnesota.
end it after this one.
Tim Walz
Thank you guys for joining in. I really appreciate it.
governor, and what a fall from grace this has been for him. You might recall in the spring of
Thank you.
2023, he pushed through several progressive ideas in the state legislature that caught the attention of Barack Obama, who went to Twitter to give his endorsement for the programs, which eventually caught the attention of people like Kamala Harris, who chose him to be her running mate as the vice president. Introduced in Chicago at the convention in August of last year, a debate that was an absolute disaster when J.D. Vance at one point called himself a knucklehead. But after reportedly billions of dollars have been stolen from taxpayers, by way of the state of Minnesota, Tim Walz says he will not seek a third term. What a remarkable 2 years in the national spotlight has been for him, Dana.
And Walz hit Trump in his announcement. He said Donald Trump and his allies in Washington, in St. Paul, and online want to make our state a colder, meaner place. They want to poison our people against each other by attacking our neighbors. And ultimately, they want to take away much of what makes Minnesota the best place in America to raise a family. Now, okay, what else has been happening in this last month? Well, you have the discovery that there has been incredible amounts of fraud. And I think 98% of the people arrested are Somalis who are immigrants there in the state that are taking COVID funds and basically and Medicaid funds.
Okay, I might do one more. See what my man Anton Daniels got. One more video after
Now,
this one.
remember, Kamala Harris chooses him as the vice presidential choice, partly because he couldn't conceivably upstage her. She says in her book that she didn't want to go with Josh Shapiro of Pennsylvania, because he was Jewish. She actually says this, okay? And then she goes with Tim Walz, and he was a disaster from beginning to end. He also has a lot of confidence in himself, but I think that it was very clear to him after he had some discussions over the weekend.
Yeah, get Ian Omar up out of here.
He was a drag on the Democratic Party nationally, and the best thing that he could have done for the party, actually, and probably for him and his family, is to take this action today, which is to decide not to run for re-election.
So the initial reporting suggests $1 billion has been stolen. Since then, that number's gone higher.
It's higher.
How high, we don't know where it ends. And there's suggestions that it could be similar in other states. Mary Catherine Ham joins us now with an initial reaction. MK, good morning to you. What do you think? Tim Walz?
Well,
Yeah, I was reliably told that he was a great fraud fighter, and that in fact the fraud was minimal or not happening, so I'm confused about how it suddenly became a fatal blow to his campaign. And I'm actually not confused, because the fact is that the numbers were gigantic. This is perhaps unprecedented amounts of fraud, and he does have to answer for it because he was on watch the entire time. And I think it's unlikely, given the scale, that anyone who had power in the Democratic Party at this time, of which the Somali community that was engaged in
Johnny,
this
that's crazy.
constituency didn't know about it, or at least turn a very blind
We'll
eye
get the
to it.
liberals and the
move
Karens
from
out of here.
VP candidate to this is quite spectacular.
You have to wonder what the Minnesota Democrats are thinking, and they might be thinking this. It's reported that he met with Senator Amy Klobuchar over the weekend. And Senator Klobuchar has been trying from Washington, saying back home, you've got to get a handle on all of this. She is considering a run for governor. Perhaps they met and she let him know that he would lose in a primary to her.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think she would be a better choice than Tim Walz. She seems like the kind of person who wouldn't put up with this. But again, I would say anyone who was in power in the state of Minnesota had to know that some of this was going on. Whistleblowers were being very upfront about it. Folks, as you see from New York Times reporting and elsewhere, said basically the 2020 mind virus kept us from pointing out that this was happening because we were afraid, because it was happening in marginalized communities, we couldn't stop them without being called racist. That is a total abdication of duty, and she's a senator from that state, so she had duties as well. So although she strikes me as a tough lady who can talk tough about this, there was stuff going on while she was on the watch as well.
Mary Catherine, there's reports that Somali Americans number about 100,000 in Minnesota. And it's our understanding that you can't win a statewide race unless you have their vote. And you just mentioned the accusation of racism. And that's pretty much what the message was out of Minnesota. Anybody who was pointing fingers at what was going on there, you were accused of being a racist. Well, now that cover has been blown.
Right, and some, in fact, who were accused of things either threatened to sue or sued, saying, hey, we're being discriminated against because you're noticing the fraud. But the numbers don't lie, and the numbers aren't racist, and the stats matter, and every single dollar that is not stewarded by those who are in charge of these programs is stolen from another Minnesota or federal taxpayer who could have used that dollar for honest means and for something productive instead of fraud. So it's really a
You want Maduro out? He's already out. Trump, cool.
Struggling maybe to, I don't know, pay for childcare, and it's going to non-existent childcare.
Also, I mean, it is difficult for any politician. Look, there's a reason I don't run. I don't have the stomach for it. But when you become the national laughingstock, and every meme is about you because you were chosen because you're going to show the Democratic Party that you were the masculine part of the party. There's all of that. But there's one thing deeper on the fraud that I want to point out. Keith Ellison, former congressman.
She's stupid, right? Makes no fucking sense.
I've mentioned this a couple times, but it's been a couple weeks, so let me just bring it back up. And 10-minute drill of the podcast has a lot more on this. He is on audio tape, leaked audio, personally promising that he would pressure the government to continue funding the fraudulent enterprises and promise to shield them
It's a good
from
one, Sam.
investigation. So the apple is rotten all the way through and into the core. And so do Republicans have a chance? I'm just saying, are you saying there's a chance that Minnesota could finally maybe turn a corner? It's been a difficult one for Republicans for many, many.
He did win by a landslide. What map you looked at?
Even in a blue and purple state, even a very blue state, when you get to this level of abuse of the taxpayer, yes, Republicans can have a moment if they seize it. Ellison is a great example of exactly what you say, Dana, that people had to have known about this while it was happening. And in fact, he was talking to the very people doing it and making promises to them. So that can change voters' minds about where they're willing to swing. Republicans, however, have to put up a person against, whether it's Klobuchar or whomever, who can fight that fight. Lisa DeMuth, I believe, is the head of the Republicans in the House in the state, who had declared a long time ago. And then Mike Lindell, I think, is prepared to get in the race, or is poised or has announced such. So you have to be careful about who you pick on your side as well to make this competitive.
MK, I'm sure you follow this video over the holidays. This father-son team, Mick Shipley, they were showing up at these daycare centers where there were no kids. And a lot of folks in the media went after them for their reporting, as opposed to asking their own questions as to why you're receiving millions of dollars and had no children to show for it last couple of days.
Right. Look, I'm glad it went viral because it brings attention to something that deserves attention. Local reporters had worked on this in the past. Investigators in the Republican Party and elsewhere had worked on this in the past, but it really caught fire, and it should, so that a lot of people know this is happening. And this is a sort of a reflection back on Kamala actually went after in her government capacity in California, a guy who blew the whistle on Planned Parenthood with similar kinds of videos and reporting as an independent journalist. They don't like that stuff when it turns against their party and the people who are bringing in money for them.
All right, well, Mary Catherine Ham off to a roaring start in 2026. Thank you for joining us on this breaking news as Tim Walz pulls out of the governor's race in Minnesota. Thank you.
Okay. I'm Steve Ducey. I'm Brian Tilney.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
Senator John Fetterman sits on the Homeland Security Committee, and he joins us now. Senator, thanks so much for joining Fox and Friends this morning. You're one of the few anything good for the United States of America. Just vote blue no matter who. Vote blue no matter who.
Candidate. Well, at a time when 60% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck, when our healthcare system is collapsing, when people throughout this country cannot afford housing, and when artificial intelligence threatens millions of jobs, it is time for the president to focus on the crises facing this country and end the military adventurism abroad. Trump is failing in his job to run the United States of America. He should not be trying to run Venezuela. Thank you very much.
No, thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator, for continuing to confirm why I left the Democratic plantation in the first place. Thank you, Senator. I mean, God forbid that we continue to run drugs into this country. God forbid we continue to enable China. God forbid we continue to enable Russia. God forbid we continue to sell oil over to them for nothing, giving it away. God forbid that
Good
people
one.
continue to be oppressed.
Like dead
over
people
in
voted
Venezuela.
too. How'd that happen?
Because guess what? When you make these other countries better by removing the oppressive regimes, you know what you do? You get less people trying to come over to America. Because all they want is hope and an opportunity in some instances to be able to thrive and then create their own jobs and then have infrastructure that allows for them to be able to thrive. That's what's happening down in Mexico. People want to actually remove the cartel and live a normal life. And live a normal life. People want to remove the cartel and live a normal life. Some people asking questions in the chat. Some of y'all don't have profile pictures. Others of you have a reputation for saying the dumbest shit or asking the dumbest things. And so you've created a narrative about yourself.
Okay, how to speak.
That prevents
See what
people
you're
from
saying.
wanting to
Appreciate it.
engage in. The only time that I start to answer people, and I don't care if you actually right or wrong or if you agree with me or disagree with me, is if you start to actually develop a reputation for somebody that is worthy for you to actually have a conversation with. Otherwise, I'm going to just say, oh man, I'm completely removed from anything that this person is saying because I know that they just be talking or they disagree with every single thing that you say just because they're a disagreeable person. You have created an environment for yourself where you're not worthy of being responded to.
How you doing, Zach?
And that's usually what happens.
Go USA, baby.
Yeah, they don't want to stop this. Why would they ever want to stop it? Because then you turn off the money phone. You turn off the spigot. That's what people, I keep trying to tell people, Democrats don't want to actually fix anything. They never have. Democrats, the objective from a Democrat was never to fix anything. It was to continue to tie you to the federal government. Why would they ever want to fix anything? That ain't never been the play. It's never been the goal to fix anything inside of this country from Democrats. It's to give you the illusion that they actually want to, so that they can continue to get your vote and tie you to the federal government. Yes, they prefer a codependent. They prefer a codependent. I think that Bernie Sanders is wrong. I think that he knows that he's wrong. I think that it is necessary for us to step in to certain situations, especially when it threatens the interest of what happens here inside of the United States of America. Make sure you guys hit a like for the algorithm, subscribe to the channel, and turn on your notifications. Let me read some of the super chats, and then we're going to go on from there. We got some other stuff that we want to address. Abe the Hunter says, U.S. Constitution gives Congress the sole power to declare war. Article 1, Section 8. Well, we're not in war. Who's at war?
Right.
War B Golfing says, what up, Anton? I just want to thank you for the Bag Chaser content. I have grown my lo-fi music channel a good bit with the help of the info from the Patreon. About to run this bag up. Peace and blessings. Do y'all want to know why I don't include any other music inside of my videos, whether it be in the form of the beginning, the middle, or the end? You know why I don't have an intro with music on it? Do you know why I don't have an intro with music on it? Let me tell you why I don't have an intro with music on it. It's because I don't trust people. I don't trust people. I heard of an incident where a person lost their channel because a person copyrighted them because they gave the music to play on their channel. And the person basically held the channel for ransom, saying that I'm a copyrighted if you guys don't allow for me to take place and get some of the profits. I don't trust people. I don't trust people. Wesley Turner says, so Bernie is defending China, Russia, and Iran, exploiting Venezuela and destabilizing the Western Hemisphere. Bernie sides with America's enemies. Bernie Sanders is a joker, says Trio Sum. Brian the Filmmaker says, let's say it's only for oil. Why he's so upset? Man, you American. Get this old ninja off the internet. Hey, Call Me Mr. Bibb says, I was done with the Democrats when I applied for grants that were specifically for minorities, and the immigrants got all of the grants that I got denied. Jason 18 says they don't want a drug-free issue because Big Pharma and a lot of other healthcare issuers are tied to drug use. Retreats, rehab, etc. is big in healthcare. Chris, what up, Chris Watkins? I appreciate you. Aaron Lucas says, you really think Congress didn't know? I don't know. Change the Narrative says, what up, though, AD? Can I get you to give me a live review on one of my songs before you end the live stream? I'll rap about the Lord. You don't want me to do that, bro. I'm pretty harsh on music.
All right, you guys, I'm about to end it. Don't want to end it, but I've been on for about 4 hours. I appreciate you guys. Blessings. Thank you guys for subscribing. And some of my reasons today, I get like 75,000 views or almost there. Amazing. Thank you guys. Blessings. I'll be back soon.